Hello, one and all, and welcome to Election Night in America coverage. Tonight, we're going to be going in depth with all the analysis, in depth with you. We got a full panel tonight. This is the channel you need to watch because we've been monitoring all the TV stations, all the platforms to give you the most precise, up-to-date information on election 2020. Hello everyone and welcome to Election Night in America 2020, and tonight we're going to be giving you up-to-date information on this election. The polls are just, the first of the polls are just about to close, but before we do, let's kick it off with our full panel today, and folks that you know in fact, and taking it from a very diverse background and to give us in-depth information. Right over to the side, you know her very well, Diana Winter-Fundy, who is a lawyer, and she's going to give it from a legal perspective as to what's happening. A resident Republican in the room, give it up for Trip, and he's going to be giving us his analysis and monitoring what's happening on Fox and other TV stations also. We have Dr. Z, who is joining us live. And Dr. Z is going to give us all her analysis, and she's there in PA. Dr. Z, welcome to the program. And of course, myself. Welcome, guys. Welcome to Ridealong Live special election coverage together with the team. Guys, this is a very, very, very important election. I cannot say it enough. I cannot stress that enough. I want to welcome the panel. Diana Winter-Fundy, how are you doing today?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm struggling with some connection issues. I'm here in Jamaica, and my Wi-Fi is not allowing me to be great. But I'm excited this evening to have a great discussion on this election.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Z, welcome to the panel tonight.
Good night. Good night. It's good to be here. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you, Dr. Z. Welcome.
Yeah, it's really good to be here. This is a really special night. I'm telling you, this is going to go down as one of the greatest time in history, in American history, because it's a pivotal time for the American economy, for the American people, for everyone concerned. And a Trip, I'm glad you're here, so we will get that perspective from the other side. But I'm saying it right now, my people out there, I voted, and I voted Democrat. I am hoping that at the end of tonight, we see a Biden-Harris ticket. Not just the ticket, but we know that they are going to be occupying the White House for the next 4 years.
All right. Hold on. We just got some information that the audio was not too clear. So let me adjust press a button, and I should be better now. Let me know if you guys are hearing me much better. Just give me a thumbs up if you hear me better with the audio, guys. This is the audio check. Audio check 1 2 1 2. Just let me know if you guys are hearing me clearly. Let me know if you guys are hearing
you, Junior. I'm hearing you.
Because the first polls are about to close, and we're about to get some first projections. Not clear. Stand by, guys. We are going to be fixing the audio. Stand by, and we will be right back. Don't move. All right, guys. Let me know if you guys are hearing me much clearer now. Sorry for the audio problem earlier, but I think it should be resolved now. Everything should be resolved now. Let me know if you guys are hearing me
Yeah, we
clearer.
still hear.
One, two, one, two,
Yes,
one,
I'm
two.
hearing you, Junior.
Audio check. Let me know if you guys are hearing me clearer. The same. You guys are hearing me the same. All right. All right. All right. I'm gonna try to fix that. I'm gonna try to fix the problem there. While we fix the problem, I guess we could still talk. Trip, early. The first poll's about to close, like in about a minute or so. What's your feeling about this election, Trip, from your perspective?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for having me here on your show tonight. This is a very historical election. We've probably had the largest turnout in probably modern times. And so my feeling is that I'm glad people are showing interest in going out and voting and making their voice heard. Very important in these times, and just very glad people are making their voice heard. So my predictions tonight are very mixed. It could go either way. There's a lot of swing states, and the election could be very close when it comes down to the Electoral College. I think both candidates have a very good path to victory. Now, there are also NPAs who are going to be voting, probably independent or for the Green Party, which will take away votes from both Biden and Trump. However, based on the electoral map, you're probably going to start seeing these polling places close. Based on the previous election, states are going to be very hesitant and probably doing their reporting until later into the night, possibly after 10 p.m. However, I do see certain states being secured by either Biden or by Trump, and it'll all come down to the Rust Belt. So I'm pretty optimistic tonight. I'm glad that the electors are going to be ready to do what they have to do, and I'm glad the American people have made their voice heard within their respective states. So thank you so much for having me here, Junior. Let's look forward to a great discussion ahead.
Absolutely. I absolutely look forward to it. I just want to make sure. Okay, my audio was kicking some audio output. Trip, when we look at the electoral map here today, I'll bring it up. What we see is a very narrow choice of victory here for the president. Give me your projection. Where the president go to get his 270 electoral votes? Let's do it on the interactive map. What's your path to victory, Trip?
So the path to victory, I believe, for President Trump tonight is going to be about the 282 mark, based on some of the projections I've done and some research that I've seen tracking the poll data today, as well as also tracking the votes that are coming in. This will come down to a county-to-county type of situation per state, but I do see President Trump winning the Electoral College, but with Vice President Biden actually getting probably the popular vote. You will see those cities where metropolitan cities, either in California, New York, Raleigh, North Carolina, cities like that are going to give Biden a little bit of an edge. But however, you have to remember how the electoral process works. And I do think President Trump prevails just over the 270 mark by a very narrow margin and a close victory as it relates to the Electoral College. And he will probably be our next president of the United States. The states that, if you pull up that electoral map, he's probably going to have to rely on the Rust Belt. States such as Pennsylvania are going to be very important to his victory. If he loses Florida, that's pretty much going to be a very tough road ahead for him to win. However, based on the votes that are coming out, we like to say that Florida will probably be red, and then North Carolina will probably go red, and Georgia will go red. I know Dr. Z has differing perspectives on that, which is what's going to make this night very interesting as we see the data come in, as well as seeing how the votes turn out. But what I really do believe will happen is President Trump will have to win either Pennsylvania and Florida for sure, and win either one or two of the Rust Belt states as it relates to Wisconsin or Michigan. In my opinion, he will win Iowa and Arizona. I believe currently the map shows yellow for Colorado. I believe Biden easily wins Colorado, Nevada, and New Mexico. And I also believe he'll win Minnesota as well. However, I do see President Trump winning Maine. I do see him winning Michigan, or excuse me, Wisconsin, and I do see him winning Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia, and ultimately winning those Rust Belt states along with getting the plurality. I think is going to be his path to victory. What's interesting is looking at Joe Biden and kind of how his campaign trail has gone, and looking at the electoral map during the debates, he did have different perspectives on the energy sector, on fracking, on issues that do really resonate with the people of Pennsylvania, the people in those Rust Belt states like Ohio. President Trump has had multiple rallies within the past few weeks within those states. So it's going to really come down to voter turnout, and it's going to come out to who has the momentum going into the end of the polls tonight and the closing of the election. And so let's see what happens. If he has to win Florida, has to win Pennsylvania. If he wins either North Carolina or Georgia, it's game over because he only then has to win one of those Rust Belt states. So it'll just be very interesting to see how this will progress as the night progresses and the votes start coming in.
All right. Well, this map that you set up right here, Trip, I think it's pushing it to a point, right? Let's put this. Let's give the president Florida, right? Let's give the president Pennsylvania is going to be very, very, very tough. It's going to be the battle of Pennsylvania. That's what I think right here. So let's keep that as a toss-up right now. More leaning Democrat, right? Now the early states to come in Georgia is going to
look at the historical data.
Yeah, well, we could look at the historical data, all right. But this is my map. This is my map that I'm drawing here right now. So we have Georgia with the 16 electoral vote. Forget about New York and California, and forget about that. That's where it's going to be. It's going to stay that way, and it's going to be definitely a major history-changing event if Florida and these states over this side here change. And I don't believe, however, that he will do North Carolina and Ohio. He has to win Ohio, otherwise game's over. Fonde, I want to get your view on it. How the map looking for you? No, Fonde, we can't hear you. No. Not really. Yeah, we're not really hearing you. Try your headphone. Yeah.
Okay. I'm here.
Okay, I'm hearing a crazy. Check. Okay, I don't know why. You guys hearing some robotic voice in the background? All right, guys, you're watching Ride Along live, and this is election coverage, and we have some technical.
I'm hearing you loud and clear, Junior.
You hear me loud and clear? All right, cool. Dr. Z, are you here? Are you able to hear me?
I am hearing you. Hearing you. I want us to remember that if you remember when all the shooting and so on was going on in the schools, especially in Florida, there are so many. We probably wondering why there are so many people signed up to vote now. Remember, there was a promise made by the kids. We are going to be able to vote in the next election. Yeah. Look out. And I believe in my heart that Florida is going to go Democratic with all of these new 18-year-olds that are now registered to vote.
Yeah.
And that's where I think Trip, you have to look crucial point. And I believe that's where Biden is going to take Florida.
I would respectfully disagree, Dr. Z, because if you've looked at...
Go ahead, Trip.
Oh, I said I was just respectfully disagree with Dr. Z, just because if you've actually tracked the data today, we've had more Republican turnout in a lot of counties Broward County being the only exception, along with two others, I believe. But if you have tracked the voting on a county by county level in the state of Florida, you're starting to see that there's more turnout for the Republican Party, and so I do think that with the facts and the stats going in, I think they have a really good chance of winning Florida. I think it's going to come back down to North Carolina and Georgia to kind of keep Trump in this, as well as winning Pennsylvania and Ohio. It's all going to come down to kind of those swing states and those battleground states, because at the end of the day, you have to also take into account the Senate races that have been, going on as well, and a lot of how the senators are voting and a lot of how the reps are voting basically does impact presidential elections in certain regions. So we definitely got to make sure we keep the importance of the Senate in mind as well with these votes, because right now there's different type of votes, and Republicans literally have to control between those 48 and 55 seats. And so whether they do that or not will be another story. But right now the average is leaning to 1.5 seats. So it just, those Senate races are very important as well, because usually they're a great indicator of how the president will do in that state based on the support he's receiving also from the Senate races.
All right,
Something
Funde.
to
I'm
keep in
gonna tell
mind
you
when we're
something.
making
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Gilbert?
Yeah, go ahead, Funde.
All right, finally, I feel like I can finally be a part of the conversation. My apologies, everyone. Having a lot of Wi-Fi trouble. I'm doing my best. So I wasn't able to hear most of the conversation. I think I want to start with North Carolina. I think the president must win North Carolina. And I have to say that Tripp is highly optimistic, but might be on point, because we saw back in 2016 where candidate Hillary Clinton, she won the popular vote and did not win the Electoral College. So I can see something like that happening. I know for North Carolina, the president have to win, and then we're looking at the women vote. How are they going to turn out, those suburban vote? And a lot of those women that typically vote Republican, they are voting Democratic. So I think we might see some changes in North Carolina, even moving into the Rust Belt states, for example, Michigan. I think that's going to be a tight race for the president. That's going to be a tight race for the president. I do see Joe Biden. I know he was in Pennsylvania today, because that is also a must-win for President Trump. So I know Joe Biden finished his day in Pennsylvania, in one of our notorious Rust Belt states as well. So we're going to see how that shakes out. But I do agree with Tripp that we could see President Trump getting the electoral vote, but not getting the popular vote in this election.
Yeah, you know what? What is difficult still to see on this board is the path. Like, and a reporter said it right earlier on CNN. It's like you're in a restaurant and Joe Biden has access to about 10 different meals on the menu. Trump only have one or two, right? If Trump mess up, and we'll know that pretty early in Florida. If Trump mess up in Florida, he's most likely done. That's it. Ohio, if he mess up in Ohio, no Republican has won the White House without winning Ohio. Ohio is very, very crucial for a President Trump victory. If you mess up and he don't win Ohio, he's done. Georgia is another very critical and crucial state for the president. If he mess up, if you don't win Georgia, that's it, right? And North Carolina. Whereas if you look at the options on the table, right, for Joe Biden, he has a vast array, a very, 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 enormous path to victory. He has about 4 or 5 or probably 6 or 7 different paths to victory. So if the early vote comes in and Florida goes to the Republican, Joe Biden still is not in panic mode because he has so many different other options, right? We're not even looking at Texas. We're going to give Texas to the Republican. Okay, you guys got that. But Georgia, not Carolina, and these other states, I think it would be an early indicator. And this may not even go on for long. Because we already seeing Florida is going to close pretty early. So we'll know what Florida looks like. And if Florida goes Democrat, end of story. However, I've been hearing about some voters' irregularity in Florida by Miami-Dade I've been hearing about some voters irregularities. Have you guys been hearing about that?
I have, Junior. I don't know if they're
No, I haven't
irregularities,
heard
but
that.
we've had. I know. Remember, Florida has always been a very contentious state politically. Remember, Florida is the home of the hanging Chad. I might be predating most of the younger voters, but it has been the home of the hanging Chad. And one of the super important counties in Florida is Pinellas County, and I know there's a lot of eye on Pinellas County. We're also talking about Broward County, and there have been reports that there have been police officers wearing MAGA hats, Make America Great Again. I don't know how true it is. It's the media reporting this. So there have been some of that coming out of Florida. And you're absolutely right. Florida is closing in about 40 minutes, Florida will close. So we know pretty quickly where Florida is going. And I know there has been a tremendous amount of mail-in votes in the state of Florida. I could see some controversies there as far as counting. I know under state law, they will have about 2 weeks to count all those votes. So I know Florida might turn out to be pretty contentious for either candidate, whichever way it goes.
Yeah. There have been a huge, Dr. Z, you could also chime in on that. There have been a huge turnout by voters. What does that mean for the Republican, and what do you think it means for the Democrat? A huge voter turnout.
I believe with that huge voter turnout, I really believe that a lot of it is because people people are tired of all the nonsense that's going on. Listen, whether we like it or not, we have a president that does not really know how to tell the truth, and people just are fed up of the nonsense. And I noticed that some of the people on the blog are saying that Joe Biden and President Trump, there's no difference. There are differences, vast differences. And I hope people who make those comments realize that they are terribly, terribly wrong. And I believe that a lot of these people are the younger people who have now been able to sign up to vote, and they are also bringing their parents and other people who probably never voted into the voting arena now. And so a lot of things that could have been predicted before, it's now, it can go just about anyway. And I'm praying that by the end of tonight, it goes to Biden and Harris way.
Right. Okay. Trip, a large voter turnout benefit the Democrat or the Republican? What do you think?
I think you're right. We really don't know at this time, because what's going to happen is you always see the Democratic turnout very early on at very high levels. And then on actual election day, you do see a big turnout for Republicans as well. I think the strategy here is going to be the NPAs who are voting, the underground, the silent majority Trump voters who aren't letting their voice be known publicly, but they are voting for him because they benefited from a great economy, more freedoms, individual liberties. You are seeing a lot of voters come out on the back end for the Republicans. So ultimately, I would argue that it's the NPAs who are going to ultimately decide, because every time an NPA either votes or does not vote for the two main candidates, it does take away votes from Biden, who ultimately is favored based on all the polls. However, you can't forget that there's certain segments in rural America. Also, there's large voter turnouts, even within young voters and minority voters who are, for once in their life, are now voting more predominantly for voting for Donald Trump, and for what he has done. And the campaign effort has been so successful for Trump, and the momentum that it brings. And you're seeing record turnout because this election does matter. You are seeing that a lot of people have qualms with kind of how Biden's kind of how what his health is like. Also, you're looking at Trump, and a lot of people are voting not for Biden, but probably against Trump. So you're seeing a large turnout on the Democratic side as well. But ultimately, I think that it's going to go around more of the rural aspects of the country. And ultimately, there's no defying, the amount of voters that are going to come out in mass numbers because of the momentum President Trump has created with his rallies. And for the first time, you're seeing merchandise being sold for a president. I just think there's a certain level of fervor, I think is the best word to use, associated with President Trump. And Dr. Z did bring up a great point about young voters, but you are seeing young voters through concerted effort within the Republican Party going to campuses, educating the youth on kind of how these presidents, one or the other, will benefit them. And I think more and more people are waking up to what's actually going on in the society and in this country. There's also a globalist concept. A lot of people are worried about China gaining power from a geopolitical standpoint. You're also looking at how our country is headed from kind of how we were originally intended to be as a free nation with constitutional rights and liberties to now more of a socialist type of agenda, more Marxist level, where people on the left are radically going left, and people on the right are also arguably going to the right. So you're seeing a huge divide. But ultimately, I do think that you're going to get a lot of voter turnout for Republicans who are going to vote for Trump, just like they did in 2016, when everyone was so sure, the polls were saying that Hillary would win, and that was just not the case. So I think that you will see bigger amounts of votes for Biden in major metropolitan cities. But ultimately, when you add up the electoral votes statewide, from state to state, I think Trump takes the cake, because at the end of the day, we have to realize that each state, Attorney Winter and I were discussing this earlier, but technically this is a state function. Voting is statewide, state per state. So ultimately, it's going to come down to the whole state, not just these small metropolitan regions that could possibly divide or decide every election if we did not have an electoral college. So ultimately, I believe that it will mirror what happened with Hillary Clinton. However, I do think it'll be a closer race, not taking into account how radical people can argue how radical maybe Kamala Harris is in some of her views and kind of what she did as a senator. So there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving factors, and I still go back to those Senate races. They're just as important, and they will also be great indicators of who's probably going to win that state on the presidential side. So there's a lot going on. I think we don't have the exact numbers yet. Right now, I'm looking at the live election results, and only Kentucky, New Hampshire, and Indiana are reporting at 1%. And you're seeing monumental numbers for President Trump in those areas. Now in Indiana, you're seeing a 2% reporting, but you're seeing Donald Trump with 68.2% of the vote at 48,615 versus Joe Biden's 21,000 in Indiana. In Kentucky, you're seeing a 68.1% lead for Donald Trump at 25,000 votes versus Joe Biden's 11,000. And then
we
New
have to
Hampshire, you're
also,
seeing 61%.
in perspective,
So
put it into perspective, Trip. Those states, Indiana is states that historically went Republican. So we're not expecting Biden to do well in those states. So we could completely understand that Trump might win those states clear, and it's no indication to swing it left or right, because just like when New York numbers come out or California numbers come out, we almost already know that it's going to swing. So I don't think that that's a big indicator. Fondy, I want to come to you. What does the high voter turnout say to you?
So first, I want to say that it's hard to compare this election 2020 to 2016. What we saw in 2016, I do believe, was a vote against the Clinton machine. When Trump came out of nowhere, he had no ties to Washington, D.C. So it was very easy for individuals to vote Trump. Why? They were tired of this political machine. The Clintons had been around for a very long time. So that's what happened. There was this excitement about voting for the unknown. If you think about it, President Trump came into this campaign as a somewhat celebrity. So it was this kind of love of the unknown, the love of the celebrity. And we all felt like we needed some fresh blood in Washington, D.C. What we did not know at the time was what we were voting for. So we had no idea that along with the celebrity, along with the idea of getting rid of the Clinton machine, and I won't even go into what that represents to most Caribbean states as far as what the Clinton machine represents. But with that, with President Trump, then 2016 President Trump, we were super excited about the idea of getting some fresh blood in Washington, D.C. What has transpired since 2016 is racism, tougher immigration laws, the economy. We've had a pandemic since then. So there are all these things that we've had a chance now to see how this fresh blood has done in Washington, D.C. And I can tell you, I'm here in Jamaica, and I'm talking to Jamaicans on the ground, and the world is watching. The world is watching, and the biggest things that are coming out of these, from the outside of the United States is the president's position on racism. He has not come out and condemned any of the racial crimes that we've seen against minorities. So are minority voters voting for Biden with a lot of excitement that we see in 2008 Obama? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say absolutely not, for a matter of fact. I think what we're voting for or what we're voting against is another year under the regime of the current administration vis-a-vis. And it's not even a vote against the Republican Party or the Republican principles. It's a vote against Donald Trump, racism, his handling of the coronavirus, tightening of the immigration laws. These are the things that are affecting the Caribbean community, and they don't want to go through that for another 4 years.
An early opinion poll that came out, that's of course before the numbers, it stated that the people that was questioned as the exit poll, sorry, stated that one of their main priority for voting, 41% for the economy. Coronavirus was at 31%. It was the third, I believe, and that's in the exit poll. What does that tell us about what's on the minds of people as they went into the polling booth? Anyone could take that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to some of the things I just mentioned. There's cross sections of America that's doing well economically. And then there's the minorities, there's immigrants, and they are not doing well. So going into that poll today, I imagine people were concerned about their health. People were concerned about Obamacare. What will happen to Obamacare? What will happen to their health insurance, not getting that wiped out? I think people are also concerned about employment. We have a very high unemployment rate, and certainly we've been able to reclaim some of those jobs that were lost during the pandemic leading out of March, but people are still losing jobs in droves. We know we have not seen the second stimulus bill come out. So those are some things I would imagine, and I do believe were on the minds of individuals as they were going into the polls today.
Yeah, Trip.
So, Junior, first of all, I kind of want to go back to what Attorney Winter has stated about the racism aspect. I know last time we spoke, we were talking about Biden versus Trump and the racism involved. If you do a simple fact check on this, President Trump has condoned over and over again and condemned racism. He has literally, I can provide you dates, but if you could just let me finish. If you could let me finish.
He has not.
If you could let me finish, I just want to just say, I just think that's a very good point because he's condemned it.
No.
He has not openly
He's openly condemned it.
No,
That's not true.
I can provide dates. I can provide.
He sends out dog whistles to the Proud Boys and KKK. They no longer wear masks. They open about it because they know they have the support. So how have you said that he condemned racism?
I would argue from a devil's advocate standpoint, I would argue that some of the policies, like when we talk, like I know this is a very important election for a lot of people. People are very passionate about who they're going to vote for president. But to paint with that broad brush saying Trump has never condemned racism when multiple times he said it on the news media at multiple conferences.
What has he
I just don't think it's fair. He has literally said the day after the Charlottesville issue that was going on, he literally said, I'm fact-checking this right now. He said, we condemn, and that's what I'm going to go over, right? And the thing is, when you look at how the media does things, and this is very important, you brought up a really great point, the both sides type of thing. A lot of the times when you see the media, they're very good at taking one little chunk of a full sentence and shaping it in a way where they're going to get higher hits or control Americans to vote a certain way. The actual quote was literally him saying, we condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides.
He has not openly condemned police brutality.
Trip.
He has not openly condemned it. I think it would have made a huge difference in the African American community if the president had come out and condemned racial profiling by police. It would have made a huge difference.
Well, I would love to provide you with links on articles so our viewership can see it. But also, there were times where during the actual briefings, he literally brought it up, and there were statements issued by the White House multiple times. He's done, and my thing is, I would ask you something back in the fact that why, when he was getting all these awards from African Americans and when he was a celebrity, at what point did he turn into a racist? See, that's just it's so sad, because especially when Biden comes out and says things like, we're going to put you back into chains, when he says things like, when he basically makes fun of going into a convenience store, and me being of Indian descent, I understand that, and making fun of people's accents, when he goes out and has, even in actual in front of rallies, he said multiple racist things, or could be viewed as being racist. How is it fair to say then that President Trump has always been racist, when in the past he's done the most for African Americans, especially with his policies?
Come
He's
on.
literally come out with a plan.
You didn't bring that Kool-Aid at all, did you? He done the most for African Americans.
No. I have to say something here.
Go ahead.
What is amazing to me? It's the way that the people that associate themselves with Trump, they lie just like him. And they lie so easily. It's just not funny. Listen, the only time this man comes out and says something remotely kind of trying to make himself look good where those things are concerned is after a lot of people are lashing out and hit back at the things that he's saying. So you coming on and talking about he is not racist. The man has proven and shown in so many ways that he is, that I don't even understand how you can save face by coming on and saying that he condones racism. He has not. He has
the
not.
only reason I'm bringing it up is not
and
because
he
I
tries
feel
to see.
it,
Yeah.
just on the fact.
Yeah, Trip, let me take you back to the Central Park 5.
He's literally said quotes where he says racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs, including the KKK and neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups.
So why can't
he
he
has
call
said these things. It's just sometimes not reported the way we would all like.
Okay, Trip, let me ask you a
But
question.
yeah, I know we're gonna keep going, so I'll keep it at that. But that's my
but I want to take you back. I want to take you back to the Central Park 5. That's before he was the president of the United States, right? Even back then, he wanted those 5 boys to be hung. He spent a whole front center page in the newspaper to rally people to have those guys hung, and it was innocent.
Hung. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
I'll agree with you. He could have articulated that better, and he was absolutely wrong for doing
Everybody
that.
could understand that. This is not news flash. Donald Trump is a racist. And to say that he has done the most for African American, I don't know how you could say that with a straight face. And that is just absolutely not true. Funde coming right here.
All right, thanks. So I think that's a new soundbite that he has done the most for African Americans, and I'm not going to buy into that soundbite. When it comes to immigration policy, we've seen the last 4 years, immigrant rights have all been eroded. That again is a big and his policies have affected the darker countries. When we think about the darker countries, I'm talking about our Muslim majority countries, I'm talking about our African countries, and I'm talking about our Caribbean community, whereas most of his regulations of immigration has not really affected our lighter friends from our European countries. So these are things that I point to that says he has some racist tendencies, right? And these are the things that are important leading up to this election, that are on the minds of Caribbean people, that are on the minds of people from the continent. And like I said, it's not as if Biden is the best man for the job, because I can still point out some inconsistencies with Biden, even when you go back to some of the tough laws that he had back in the early 90s that he was a part of, and that he openly apologized for. So these are some things that I'm looking for from the president. Either you apologize or own up and apologize for some of the wrongs that you've done to our community. So I cannot agree. I cannot agree with Attorney Tripathi at all on this one.
Yeah, guys. Again, you're watching a
Dione,
live broadcast. Hold on, one second. Let me just give a brief update. You're watching a live broadcast. This is
yes,
election night in America. I want you guys to also participate in this discussion. So we're going to open up the phone lines. The poll is going to be, or a few other polls in Florida and Georgia is going to be closed pretty soon. And we're going to be getting those information as soon as it closes. We're monitoring all the TV stations. We're monitoring all the stations to make sure that you update with all the developments so you could keep it right here, keep it locked. And as the result come in, we're going to bring it to you live. The number that you could call if you want to participate in this discussion is 718-701-5720. That's 718-701-5720. Dr. Z was going to say? Dr.
yeah.
Z was going to say?
Actually, I'm looking at one of the updates now. With 8% in Kentucky is showing 54.6% for Biden and 43.8 for Trump so far. That's
Right.
Kentucky.
Well, Kentucky is expected to go.
And then they're going up now. Biden.
Ken, okay.
Yeah, it's
Kentucky.
expected, I think, to go Biden.
Okay.
I would
How you feel
respectfully
about this?
disagree. I would say that they have.
But you know, I wanted to throw something in here, Dione.
Yes, Dr. Z.
When you talked about Biden and the laws that he was part of, yes, he was part of it. But I also want us to remember, at that time in our history, there was serious crimes going on. It was so bad that it wasn't just him; it was the entire Senate that voted for that law to try to curb what was going on at that point in time. What I like about Biden is that, you understand, and he apologized. But at that point in time, that was the way that even the black members in the Senate was on board with that. So I'm happy that he apologized, but I'm not going to blame him alone for that law being passed. I think we are looking at it as, because it's his name, he was the guy in charge of that department, that we say, okay, it was Biden's fault, but it was not him alone. So let's look at that and give due where it's due. I am very happy that he actually apologized. He took it upon himself. And when you have a president or someone vying for that post who can apologize for something, it is so refreshing, because we have a president now who thinks that he can do no wrong. He would not even apologize for something that is staring him in the face that he's wrong.
Yeah. Again,
And
guys,
I agree with you, Dr. Z. I absolutely agree with you. And I wanted to clarify that that's what even made me say, look, there has been some attention, or there has been some forgiveness, because I think President Trump leads with no humility. And then for Biden to come in and say, he apologized, it shows me that he is thinking of the community that was inadvertently harmed through the passing of those laws.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
And Trip, I know the narrative or the talking point is to talk about how liberal the vice president is. Do you think that serves as a strong Republican talking point to pin on Biden, Kamala Harris? Do you think that she weighs down the ticket as far as the Republican point of view?
Well, so I wouldn't. From a Republican point of view, I think they did a really bad job at picking Kamala Harris. I don't think she's a likable candidate. I think she's has done a lot of things that goes against what she originally did when her platform now. If you kind of look at Kamala Harris, she was one of the most radically left senators, and a lot of policies she did at the state level when she was Attorney General were very tough on African Americans. I mean, this is fact. She had put more people behind bars for low-level drug crimes that could have been avoided. Rather focusing on rehabilitative measures, she made it very punitive for political gain. And now the fact that it's coming back to haunt her, she doesn't really have great recourse for discussing why her past has been completely against what the platform she's trying to go through now. And if you saw the primaries when Biden and Kamala Harris were debating each other, you saw Kamala Harris call Biden a racist. You saw Biden come back with Kamala Harris's policies. So you see such a hypocritical type of context for some of the policies that they were involved in at a clear stage and what they're actually telling the American people now. You're seeing Joe Biden, who has been in public office since he was 29 years old, one of the youngest representatives at that time, and what has he really done for minority? And just to suddenly see him come out this year and to listen to some of the policies he's going to talk about, it's more about to get Trump out of office than it is for him to actually cause systemic positive change for the African American and minority community.
But
So
you're talking about a person who was vice president to a black man. So to insinuate that he's a racist, it falls on deaf ear because people don't look at Biden as a racist. I mean, his boss was Obama.
Junior, not only that, the Republicans keep talking about he was in politics from since he was 29, how many 40 something years or something like that. What you guys don't
47
understand,
years.
it is not a good talking point, because the position he was in, the position he was in, he had no sway. He had no pull to do what he will be able to do as president. So talking about all of that time when he was a senator, when he was doing what, let me ask you, what is it that he could have done in those years?
I think what he could have done better is, rather than coming out with
anything, it is a mute argument. It's dead in the water. It makes no sense. We are going to give him, hopefully, the opportunity as president with the Senate and the House, so that we will see what he'll be able to do for us.
And I think, and
Answer
to
your
add
question,
to
Dr.
Dr. Z,
I really respect
to add to Dr. 1 second, Trip, but to add to what Dr. Z has said, I think the Black vote have to start holding our politicians accountable. Too many promises, right? We throw our votes towards a politician, and then we allow them to give us these excuses as to why they could not deliver on the promises that were made. In Obama 1, we saw a lot of promises were made to immigrants. Then there were the excuses of, well, we didn't have the House or we didn't have the Senate, right? So we could not deliver the promises. So much so that in 2016, when we see President Trump comes into power, he has used policies to tighten and shut out immigrants from the country. So for me, I feel like I'm in between Dr. Z and Tripp with what I believe, right? I think we have to hold these candidates accountable for the Black vote and stop giving away our Black vote. Yes, we're going to vote against Trump for whatever reason as a Black community, but I think we have to start holding, if we look at the Republicans, right? They're loyal to Trump for a reason. He has delivered on every promise he made to them. He said he's going to build a wall. Guess what? He built a wall.
Not the whole wall, not everything. I mean,
well, he's building a lot of it.
He built a big wall by the White House.
But who paid for it? Who paid for it? He said he was going to build a wall, and the Mexicans was going to pay for it.
The wall is being built.
And where did the millions and billions of dollars come from to build a wall? Not the Mexicans.
I hear you, Dr. Z, but the wall is being built. And nothing the president promised. He promised his base. I'm going to tighten immigrations. Guess what's happening at our border? Every person who is seeking asylum is now remaining in Mexico. So there's a reason why we see the Trump supporters so exciting and rallying behind this man. No matter if we call him crazy or insane, he has delivered on his promise. Let's take it if we see it to his base. Excuse me, to his base.
Point taken.
for his base, for his
to
base.
his base,
Right.
right? So
Yeah.
even on the outside,
And
we
it's
might be
the
angry.
nationalism.
We might be angry.
Yeah.
We might be looking at Trump like he's crazy. But guess what his base is saying? He has delivered. He has delivered. The Democratic Party has not delivered for the Black people. I am telling you, they have not delivered.
Let me just put a comment right here real quick.
And
You see, when you are president of a country, right? It's like you are the mother or the father of a family, right? You're not gonna say, well, you are lighter skin, I like you more, you're red, and then you black, I don't like you, but I like you. If you're a president, you're a president of the whole United States. You're not just a president of the states that voted for you. And that is the problem here. President Trump, yes, he delivered for his base, but what about everybody else? That population of people who feel disenfranchised, who feel like they did not connect, they didn't get anything, like in the black community. I think that President Trump did the worst for the black community. And when I look through my timeline, I see some people, friends that supporting Trump. I had to nod twice because I'm like, okay, where are they basing their support from? And when they say "Make America Great Again," like make America great again, when was America ever great for black people? When there was lynching people back in the time when of those, America wasn't great for black people. America was great for the people who was the masters and the people that was doing the lynching, not for black people. So even "Make America Great
That's
Again,"
right.
I think that is a racist statement in terms of, America was never great for black people, and it's true. You know what I mean? But listen, we're gonna have a lot of conversation tonight. We'll see what the polls are saying. Anything else to your pipeline, guys? Anything you've seen? Any results that have pop up yet to CNN or any one of those other sources that we're monitoring? And also, guys, if you're watching us right now, I want you guys to communicate with us. The number that I want you to call is 718-701-5720. That's the number right there on the screen. 718-701-5720. We're talking election. We're looking at it. It's going to be a long night. Funday, we lost you. She's going to come back in. It's going to be a long night, and we're going to be here to crunch all the numbers. You're looking at the electoral college vote. It has to add up to 270. The first up at 270 will win. We do expect certain states to come in very, very soon, and those states may not be a perfect indicator as to where the election might sway left or right, because they are predominantly Republican or predominantly Democrat. The states that we're really looking at right now, is this state right here, Florida. If Florida goes goes blue, that is it for Donald Trump. Donald Trump could go packing if Florida goes blue. That's it. Done deal. All right. We got a call on the line. Caller, where are you calling us from?
Brooklyn, New York.
Go ahead, Brooklyn. Turn down your background audio. We're hearing a little feedback.
I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
I'm a young voter. I voted, but there is something I wanted to ask for a while now, and since I have you guys on the panel,
Yes.
I want you guys to educate me about the question I am about to ask.
Okay.
A president supposed to love and care for a whole nation. When a president can stand on the platform of the United States of America and tell the people that form everything in this country to go back to the shithole country, why would me as a young voter with 2 children in a country that I am an immigrant come and build in my young days? Why would I vote for a president that is speaking like that to my other brothers and sisters?
True. You're right.
So I want America to answer this question for me. If we are from the Caribbean descent and we are not good enough to eat and drink as the other people that are not the color of our skin, why are we working the hardest to build this country?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's
Great question.
Funde, you want to take it,
Great
or
question,
let's
young
go
man.
Funde, and then let's hear Trip on this one.
and I think this is where issues with the current president comes in. When a call like this, when the president tweets or the president makes a remark that is irresponsible, when he calls Haiti a shithole country. So I know Attorney Tripp has talked a little bit earlier when he said, well, the president had kind of condemned racial injustice. His actions speak differently. We saw the Muslim ban that affected Muslim countries. We saw the ban on Nigeria for immigrants coming into the country. And then we see the president's rhetoric over the years. And I would have loved to see the Republican Party separating themselves from the president. So we still have the party principles that are still attractive to minorities, that are still attractive to the Caribbean community, that are still attractive to different racial makeup. But when the party did not separate itself from the president and his rhetoric, this happened. And so what we're going to see in the election might be some emotional voting. I'm going to vote Trump because he's racist. That's an emotional vote. A lot of thought is not given to politics, or a lot of thought is not given to what a Biden-Harris ticket will look like, because we're going to vote against racist because they called my country a shithole country. Yeah. And that's what I mean by the irresponsible rhetoric that's spewing. First of all, the country has never been this divided. We have a super divided country. So come tomorrow, I don't know if there's going to be a winner. I don't know if we're going to have a winner or a true winner, right? So to the caller, I hear you. I'm from the Caribbean, and and I represent the Caribbean community. So as a responsible voter, even though I did not want to vote for Biden-Harris, but I had to vote against President Trump, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. We're just seeing here that first statement of poll close in moments. We have something exit polls coming in from CNN. Let me see if we could jump on it. Tripp, I want you to respond to the caller as well while I do that. You care to respond to the caller, Tripp? Go right ahead. Tripp? Oh, Tripp. Oh, okay, Tripp, you're muted. Sorry. Hold on, Tripp. I'll fix your audio right there. Tripp, go right ahead. Hold on.
So he was absolutely right. Basically, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Go ahead, Tripp.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
I actually echo Attorney Winter's sentiments there. Okay, great. Yeah, I said I actually echo Attorney Winter. What basically she spoke about when it relates to shithole countries. I mean, this is America. We all come from different countries, and each country has so much to offer, and each of its citizens have so much to offer, which is why I love immigration law, because you can learn a lot from it. Now, some of President Trump's immigration policies I do not agree with, and I am with you on that, because some of them are, written. I mean, I understand where the administration is coming from, executing Article 2 powers, making sure that they're following the rule of law and things of that nature. But with respect to the Muslim ban, these countries were selected because they had higher crime rates, more terrorist activities coming from those regions. So there are certain things that were put in place based on the State Department advisories that were the same under President Obama. It's just that the reason why these countries were specific was because they had higher rates of crime. So I do understand that. However, when the media portrayed it as a Muslim ban, everyone went with it, and Trump's a big racist. So I do get that. However, when it comes to the shithole country comment, I agree with the viewer where those kind of comments, discussing comments like that about countries like Guatemala, El Salvador, it's just not presidential to do. And whether it happened or not behind closed doors, I only get what the media showed me. I wasn't there to hear the president, but if he did make that comment, I would be very discouraged, and I would not be proud of that, because that's not what a leader does for this great country. A leader brings people together. And so if that was the true case, that's very unfortunate, and that's very telling of what the president is. So I am very disappointed if that would be the case, but these are obviously reports that were coming out based on people in his cabinet and within his administration that were on their way out, and they were basically saying these things to the media. And so how do we prove it? I would actually ask you, prove that happened. Not that that's a great excuse, but if he did say that, that is very inconsiderate. I think people who come from other countries are adding to value to our country, not taking away. And no matter if you come from a smaller country or a country with a lower socioeconomic background, such as maybe countries in the Caribbean or in Asia or wherever it is, it's not the right thing, because at the end of the day, we do have quotas in place with LLCs and things of that nature, but it's just not the right thing to do. Every citizen who comes here or immigrant who comes here ultimately has a lot to offer to America and to who we are as a people. And ultimately, America is a land of everyone. And so if that was said and that did happen in the back rooms, that is very unfortunate. And I would strongly condone that. And that's not, I don't think, what the Republican Party would stand for. And I don't think that's something that a leader or a president should do either. So that kind of, to address your question to the viewer, you're absolutely right. That was a horrible comment to be made. And if that was indeed made, then I would just say that that's very unfortunate. Then that would probably come out and be like, he shouldn't have said that. He could have articulated it way better and not called out individual people. So I do agree with you all on that. I'm with you. And
There's a problem I have. Here's
Listen,
a problem
you
that
are
I have.
you are just going on, Junior.
Yeah,
You're
here's one
just going
problem
on
that
and
I
on
have.
about the same thing. Let me,
Okay,
Junior,
I have a
Junior. Let, let,
fundamental
let me say
problem.
something here.
Go ahead, Dr. Z.
Let me say something
Go
here.
ahead.
You know what is amazing? Anything that he does not agree with, he says, if it happened, if it did happen, he did not deny it. We even had things where we heard his voice saying something. If it was not true, he would have come out and denied. Trip, listen, you guys are so predictable. It is so easy for you guys to agree with the things that you want to agree with, lie about the things you want to lie about, and then
Dr. Z,
say
if you have that
if
audio tape,
something
I would love to
happened
hear it,
when
and
it
then
is
I will
not.
make
Hold
my
on,
decision.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. When it's something that is not favorable to him, you hear all with the if and the if and the if. It's not a if. That was said, and it was not right. It was not something that a president should get on Twitter or in the back rooms or
I
in the
agree with
front
you.
rooms or in the side or the room and say
That was
about people. It is not right. It is not right, and we have to condemn it. And
Yeah,
stop
I
about
agree with
if
you.
he said this and if he said that. Be straightforward. Say what he said was wrong. It was not right for a president who's supposed to be
I
representing
just
the
never heard it,
entire
ma'am. But
country
if
to say something like that. And stop beating
all
around the bush. Say
all
it.
right.
He was wrong.
Yeah, let's take a
I mean, he
call.
was
I will come back
definitely
to Twitter.
wrong if he said that. I agree with you, Dr. Z.
Hold on one second. I'll pull up the tape shortly, but we got a call in line. Caller, go right ahead.
I think it's me again.
Oh, go ahead, caller. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, caller. You had a question? You had another statement?
Yes, I'm listening to you guys, and I'm very, as a young person, I'm very, very, very troubled with that young man that is playing so naive about what is going on in the United States of America. You have two women and two men on that platform right now that I'm listening to, and I'm paying very close attention to you guys, because education is the key of life, and we need all the education we can have in the United States of America right now to educate the black man like myself. Chuck, if that's your name, I have this to say to you. You are an embarrassment to the nation. We all carry an American passport. And if you're sitting there and you're telling me that every point we put to you that is facts, you denying it because you are a Donald Trump supporter. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Americans that living in America as white people did not build America. America was built on slavery. And up to today, black people still looking for their share. Everybody else get theirs except black people. And it's people like you that have black people not to get their share, because you're an Indian. You are an Indian person.
Let's not get a personal attack. I
No,
mean,
it's
that's
okay. Junior, it's okay. Let him finish. Junior, please let him finish. It's okay.
Platform that you standing on.
okay. All right.
It's okay,
right,
Junior.
cool.
No, it's fine. I completely respect his sentiments. I would just like to say,
Can you correct me? Educate me. I am a young person with 2 children. I am from Dominica, Antigua, Barbados, Grenada, Haiti, St. Lucia, St. Kitts. That is our countries. And your president that you supported 100% states that Haiti and all the other Caribbeans are piece of shithole. And you stand there and support him and pretending and saying that you never hear him say it. Stop it. You're a grown person and you know right from wrong. You teach our children right. Let us stand for right and stop supporting wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong. When you're right, you're right. Stop it. And I know you can do better. Thank you very much for listening to me. But get it together, Chuck.
All right, Trip. And we also have a key race.
First of all, I have to rebut that. That's okay.
Go ahead, Trip. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Well, first of all, I just want to tell that speaker I really respect that he's very passionate and that he feels so strongly about the people and kind of what they go through on a day to day. And that's why these discourses are very important because Americans are angry. That's just evidence of someone who was very frustrated because at another side because of a different opinion. And that's what we need to fix in this nation. That's why these dialogues are important. And so, as much as I respect his passion, saying things like your embarrassment and things like that are just inappropriate just because I think we should talk to each other rather than get infuriated at each other. And I think that's what can bring our country together. As much as we may differ in policy viewpoints or certain things that may make us so triggered and angry, it's better to talk about it, figure it out, and then vote in those electors who are going to follow your views. So to that young man who was on the phone with his 2 children, he probably believes very much so for a better life for his children and his family. And that's why he is acting the way he did. Because I believe voters during this election are so passionate and they feel such a strong way that at the end of the day, we do have to listen to each other. I could have easily said, I'm not going to listen, and we could have done a lot of different routes. But I think the importance of it was giving him his voice, letting me hear him out, and kind of coming up with a conversation so that we can all do better as a nation and as a people. So I do appreciate his insights, and I just want to say thank you for that.
All right. And what sends a lot of the community very upset, Trip, is that the lies that keep repeated by Donald Trump on a daily basis, continuously, over and over. And then the next day, he said he never said it. And then you have his supporters come on and back him up. It's like they never come out and denounce his lies. When he said at the debate stage, and he said, the Proud Boys stand by and stand strong, advocating for white supremacy, the Republicans didn't come out and speak out against him. Instead, they tried to change the narrative. And we see this over and over. Donald Trump is a liar. He lie about everything. Like half of the things that come out of his mouth is a lie. And it's very clear. But then we hear Republicans come and deny the fact that he lied. Like put lipstick on a pig. A lie is a lie is a lie. Funde, I know you was trying to chime in on something.
Yeah, I wanted to say it kind of goes back to the Republican Party not separating themselves from the president. And I also want to say to the caller, I think one of the things that I find, and I love Democrats, don't get me wrong, but I think it's so hard to have a conversation sometimes because a lot of people are so emotional about what's going on that they're not wanting to respect somebody else's position. So just like how we have individuals that we support the Biden-Harris ticket, Councillor Tracy, he supports the Republican ticket. So I think we have to have these conversations and we have to do so respectfully. There's nothing inherently wrong with anybody who supports the Republican Party. Just like how there's nothing inherently wrong with somebody who supports the Democratic Party. For whatever reason that we choose, that is our political preference, that is our political choice. So I'm always open to have discussions with individuals of the other party. But in that same breath, I was looking for the Republican Party to separate, even the leadership in the Republican Party, Attorney Tripathi, to separate themselves from Donald Trump. I think from Donald Trump. I think it would have been an easier sell, an easier task, or an easier road to 270 if they wanted to win the minority vote. They should have been separating themselves from earlier on, a year, 2 years ago, from Donald Trump.
All right, guys, we got a key race alert. We'll be right back. Race alert, 11 electoral vote just awarded to Donald Trump for an, as expected, Kentucky. This was not a surprise. By no space of the imagination, everyone knew that Kentucky would have gone red, and CNN is projecting now 11 electoral votes to Donald Trump. We're looking for Georgia coming in shortly, and also Florida. Trip, how you feel about where you are right now? 11-0.
So right now it's too early to tell. Right now we're still in the very beginning phases of a very long night ahead and a very long week ahead. Once all these votes are counted, we, like you kind of alluded to earlier, these are states that that have strong Republican footholds. You'll probably see the thing with Democrats. States like California, because of the time zone, those votes will be coming in as well. So you're definitely going to see that. But right now, I'm feeling very good to see 11 votes counted towards Trump. We do have to realize that these are not the finalized numbers. There's a lot of things that can happen as the night progresses. You're also going to probably see a lot of court battles and a lot of other votes coming in at later points. So this is not it's basically very premature at this time to say kind of how I feel. Going back to, it's not about how I feel, it's about the facts. It's about what's going on in those states and how the American people feel. And so at the end of the day, I'm looking at this as objective as I can, and I'm saying that Prez did have a lot of rallies. There's a lot of people who live in those states who feel certain sentiments towards his policies, and you have that momentum and invigorating type of spirit in Indiana. So these are states that we projected to win, just like we will obviously see probably California or the state of Washington or Oregon go towards the Democrats. So right now it's too early to tell. It's county by county at the moment, and every different newscast is going to have a different reporting. It should be the same, but it will be a little different initially as the votes are coming in. So a little too premature to tell, but I'm feeling pretty confident as the night progresses, and I just wanted to see what y'all's thoughts were on that.
Right, and let me make a quick correction. It's Indiana.
You're saying Florida come in at 53%. Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, it's still.
And if you look at Florida right now, it's at 53%.
It's still early. It's still early in the game. Florida up 53%. Let's just get some quick audio there from CNN as they do their coverage on what is happening right now in Florida.
He's ahead by 104,000 votes. He is, and as you say, 1.5 million counted. Just to remind people, we have a ways to go. 4.6 million to 4.5 million. So we're early in the Florida count. But look, Florida is always, I say fun. I don't have a horse in this race. If you're a partisan watching at home, you go back and forth on the up and down in all of this one. But look, this is one of the most fascinating states because of the diversity, because of the senior citizen vote, because of it's the most complicated Latino vote anywhere, because of the diversity just within the Latino community. The Democrats sent Obama down here twice, trying to get African Americans in Miami-Dade to turn out. You've got the suburban revolt against the president. Does it hold up in a state like Florida, which is now his adopted home state? And again, up here, does the Trump army come out in 2020 like it did in 2016 in these small counties? The complexity of Florida is what makes it so fascinating, and it's always so close. Jake was mentioning his conversation with Rick Scott the other day. I talked to him as well the other day. He's won 3 elections by a point. By a point. He has won 3 elections by a point in the state of Florida. That's the way Florida goes. Twice for governor and once for Senate by a point. So we're going to watch this fill in. It's one of the most fascinating. And again, it'll also, its neighbor, It's almost the reverse when you come to its neighbor, Georgia. This is the South, right? The northern Florida votes like the South. So this part of Georgia votes like the South. It's white, it's rural, it's reliably Republican in recent years. But then we get up here, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, the suburbs. African-American votes in the inner cities, the suburbs around them. How far out? How far out can the Democrats stretch it in the suburbs? That'll be the key, not only across here, but to the north in Georgia as well, in an election that the Biden campaign tells us, and the polls tell us could be a very different election, but the could be part disappears now. We count votes.
So the only thing that jumps out at you right now is Pinellas County over there.
Pinellas County, and again, I looked at those counties, and I'll do it again. Let me come down here. I don't want anyone to make too much of this early because we're trying to get votes. But one of the things in a close state like this, especially with an incumbent president on the ballot, is to match him up, right? 39,000 votes, 67% if you round up in 2020. You come here, 68%. So it's roughly close, a little down. I wouldn't jump up and down about that one. It's down a little bit. We'll see. 28%, 22,000 votes, 29% if you roll up there. Joe Biden's percentage is a little better. We're not done with the math yet, so we don't know. These are the little things in a very close election that you do in a campaign war room. You're matching up county to county, and you're looking through it to try to see. And especially, in places where the polls are still open and they know the votes, then they're trying to surge voters in. So you look at Lee County here, again, 81% estimated vote. Some of these things can be a little off this year too because of the early voting and the mail-in voting, but 57% to 42%. Again, for me, it's the math, 185,000, 186,000. If you round it up, 191 last time. This is what we're just going to go through. If turnout is up everywhere in the state, the president probably needs to exceed his numbers from 4 years ago, especially in the smaller, more rural places, to match if the Democratic numbers are up as well. And now, since we've been waiting here, we get Hillsborough County here, and this is Tampa. So this is a big county. The double whammy here of Hillsborough and Pinellas. That's the signal about the suburbs right here, right? And so you look at this, it's the fourth largest county in the state of Florida. Democrats can run it up here. It gives you a cushion, right?
Before we go to Hillsborough and Tampa, take a look at the state right now, because the gap between Trump and Biden seems to be narrowing pretty significantly right now. Trump is at 50.9%. Biden's at 48.2%. Trump is ahead by almost 65,000 votes.
64,157. And again, welcome to the roller coaster that is Florida. That's why it's so fun. I just want to come in here and take a look. 55 to 44 if you round the president's total up there. And then you go back in time here again, 51. So if this holds, and it's a big if, Hillary Clinton at 51, Joe Biden at 55, if that's exactly what Joe Biden needs to do. Run a little stronger than Hillary Clinton. Take
a look at the state right now. Biden has just taken the lead with 22% of the estimated vote now in. They do it quickly in Florida. Very impressive. Broward County, that's Fort Lauderdale. It has now come in. Look at this in Broward County. Let's take a look at Broward County right now.
I was trying to get you the full totals there. Welcome to Roller Coaster Florida again. 12,000 there, 75%. It's only 16% of the vote in. Again, this is the second largest county in the state. So we're going to get a lot of votes out of here, and Democrats need them. Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, 1, 2, 3, as we go through them here.
We got a lot going on in Florida. We're standing by for another round of crucial closings of the battlegrounds.
Fonde, tell me a little bit about Florida. You're from Florida. You know the terrain. Tell me about Broward. Tell me about these counties at the bottom there and what is happening right now in Florida.
So Tripp and I might differ on this. So there's a lot going on with Florida. One of the main things in Pinellas County has always chosen, if Pinellas County chooses, if for example, if President Trump wins Pinellas or if Biden wins Pinellas, then they typically go on to win the election. So there's some myth about that. The mixed votes we talk about, the Latin vote in Florida is very complicated. You have Cubans who will vote red, meaning they'll support the president. You have a lot of Latin votes that will go for the president. You also have Broward County, which is super complicated because you also have those suburban moms. So in the past, in 2016, they supported President Trump. A lot of the suburban mothers, a lot of the suburban women, they supported President Trump. What we have seen in this election is a change where you have the husband going Republican and the wives are coming out supporting presidential candidate Biden. So Florida is a super complicated state. Also remember, Florida is on 2 time zones. If you go up to the thumb, they're an hour behind us, so they haven't even closed yet. They still have an hour an hour to close. So that's going to be interesting for whoever takes Florida tonight.
Trip, what do you think about Florida? Is it where
Yeah, so
you
she
like
hit the nail on the head there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Junior.
No, is Florida looking like where you should be right now?
It's looking like it exactly should be. Earlier on, like you said, with the time zones, there's 2 different time zones. I used to live in the Panhandle, and up in the Panhandle, it gets to become more like rural South, very rural, very southern Georgia, southern Alabama-ish. It just feels like Alabama more than it does
It's
Florida.
very red.
So
it's
you
very
see a
red.
different, yeah. And it is very red. I mean, that whole area, they're gonna be very limited amount and vote. So you are going to start seeing things come out as the time zone kind of closes the polls around 7 o'clock. Right now it's 6:16 there Central Time. So ultimately you are going to see the polls wrap up in about 44 minutes. And so as soon as that happens, you're going to see the numbers change, which within the system. But we also got to look at the Electoral College. Ultimately, even if you get these type of larger suburban areas, you do have a lot of geriatrics living out here, a lot of retired individuals who have their economic interests in mind. So you are going to see a lot of different type of demographics of people with different goals in mind and why they're voting for each candidate. You're also going to see, like you said, the Hispanic vote is going to be very, very important. Time around. You are seeing a lot of Hispanic people who have certain sentiments towards kind of some of those socialist type of countries like Cuba. So you do see what they've gone through in their personal lives and what their families have gone through. So we are seeing a larger Cuban demographic voting for Trump. And then you do have the kind of the Puerto Rican people who have moved here who also feel certain sentiments as well. So you will primarily see Miami-Dade and a lot of those southern counties go blue. However, you are seeing a lot of the other parts of Florida, county by county, where there's a lot of Hispanic voters and a lot of retired voters. And going back to Deani's point, where the suburban moms, I mean, that's going to be the Woman for Vote movement or Woman for Trump movement is going to be very pivotal in determining who wins the state of Florida, along with that Hispanic vote. And so there's a lot of different demographics, a lot of different players. There's been a lot of movement. I'm from the state of Florida. I've been involved with the party, but I've also seen what Democrats have been doing. And so it's going to be very close when it comes to Florida. But I think the Republicans do pull it off only because if you've kind of looked at the past elections, you saw Rick Scott win by a very close margin. You see Marco Rubio winning in that Senate race. So at the end of the day, Florida still is a pretty red state. It leans red, kind of similar to Texas, but you are seeing different demographics changing kind of how it could shift in future elections. But I think for this specific election, there has been a lot of campaigning. It is Trump's home state, and there has been a lot of movement on the Republican side as it relates to Hispanics. And so you will see it come down to a very close number count. And as time progresses, you will see that panhandle kind of really voting red. So those numbers will end up shaping up and fixing itself out and leveling out. And it's going to come down to probably less than probably a point or two, in my opinion, just because of how close past elections have been and how Florida is so diverse as compared to other states in the union.
I absolutely agree. And there are 29 electoral votes up for grab in the state of Florida. Just a quick tip. Any ballot that's received in Florida at 7:01 is no good. So 7 p.m. is a cutoff time for all ballots. And that is why Florida becomes so contentious, because there can be ballots sitting as we speak at a post office that have not been picked up. I know today there was a call for this general sweep. They were asking I think it was a federal judge that was asking all postmasters to literally sweep out the post office looking for those ballots. They were even at 6:45, they were picking up ballots in the state of Florida. So that is why a state like Florida becomes super, super contentious. One, there's 29 electoral votes up for grab. That's a tidy number. That is a tidy number. And Attorney Tripathi is absolutely correct, because Florida tends to lean red.
Let's take a look at this update. It seemed like Joe Biden has taken some lead in Florida. CNN is reporting Biden taking some significant lead in Florida. Let's check out the audio.
Light in the votes, but these would be 2 big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont, we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early, everybody needs to be careful about this. But at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know we might have to wait. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait. especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or 3. However, if Joe Biden wins that, he'll rest comfortably waiting for that. So let's take a look at Florida as we go through it. Again, this one is always a roller coaster. So what you see now doesn't mean the lead won't change. When you were here last time, Wolf, it changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49 when you round up, 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at this map, number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County, which is St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida across the I-4 corridor. You get started, if you're a Democrat, by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton, right? 64% if you round up to 34%. So this is something to watch. The Democrats, this is their basket where they need to run it up. So we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is election day voting, today voting here. So we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. If Democrats disproportionately banked early in Miami-Dade, we'll see as we go through. You move up to Broward. This is more what Joe Biden wants it to look like. But again, you see that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back for the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming at the moment Hillary Clinton by percentage.
Trump just took the lead in Florida. If you go statewide.
So you pull back. Oh, wow. And again, this is going to be a roller coaster by 28,000 votes, right? And so this is what we're going to do. And what's happening? This is again, trademark for this president. Look at the smaller counties, right? You see all that filling in red? Not a lot of people live here. You look at it, it's 184 to 83 there. You come over here, 584 to 207. You think at home, well, that's only a few votes. When you have 10, 15, 20 counties, and you're doing that, 200 here, 20 there, 1,000 there. That's how Donald Trump gets his math in a lot of states. With these smaller counties like this. Interesting,
look at this,
though.
Jeff, 41% of the estimated vote in Florida is now in. Look at how close it is.
Wow. Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because, just as you were here last time it flipped, you were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that Collier County is coming in for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative. 77%, but look how low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes and some change there. So see if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast changing areas all across America. But in the Sunbelt states like Florida, you have the city and the suburbs around it. 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, president at 45% if you round up. This was a Trump win, just barely. But Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs 4 years ago. He's expected to lose the suburbs this time. By how much could determine who wins the presidency tonight. So if you watch Duval County right here, it's the 7th largest county in Florida. That edge for Joe Biden, we always think about down here is critical for the Democrats. Up here, critical for the Republicans.
Let's not forget, John, in the
up to 67,000.
The central time zone, they're not going to close until the top of the hour.
Right.
The eastern time zone in Florida, they've closed.
Right. And so again, if you look across, just watch across here. They're still voting out by Pensacola and on the Panhandle. So let me just go back and show you, just to remind you, all these smaller counties, you're going to see a lot of red. Right. That is the key for the president. Again, they're not very populous, but when you add up one, then another, then another, then another, you get the votes to offset some of this. It takes time, which is why Florida sometimes roller coasters through the night. But look at,
I see Palm Beach County is now in.
Look at check this. That's 2016. You do see this though. Palm Beach County is in right now. But look, this is 91 to 28. Yeah. We have a long way to go in Palm Beach. But this is the quirks of the map. When you're watching at home, you see this county red. If you're a Democrat, you panic, which is why we need to visit it.
Go back to Miami.
Remind you that we're very early in this count here. And so let me take the lines away so you're not distracted. But if that stays blue, that's a big deal for Democrats. If that stays blue, it's a big deal for Democrats. You come back down to Miami-Dade. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, you want it to be better than that, right? Doesn't mean it's game over, but it means if you're not getting it here, you better make it up somewhere else. and we'll watch the rest of this vote come in. Again, if there's a lot of early votes to come in, these numbers could change dramatically.
Because 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did a lot better in Miami-Dade County.
She did 64%. And again, part of it's the percentage.
Let me ask a quick question here. Is Trump overperforming in Florida, or is Donald Trump is Trump overperforming or Biden underperforming? From what's your analysis of Florida right now, Funde? You live there. You understand?
I think it's so Florida is weird because remember, Florida is the South. I think because we think of Florida as Miami and Orlando and Disney World, we forget when you make a left or a right in Florida, you are in the deep South. So I think it's going as expected. I am curious to see what will happen when the Panhandle comes in, because then we've left Hillsborough County behind, which has a mixture of immigrants, Latinos, suburban moms. That's what you're finding in Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, and also further south in Broward with more of the Latin and Cuban mix. So we know Cubans typically will vote Republican. And Tripp kind of talked about why earlier. The why is they don't like a lot of those socialist issues that the Democratic Party stands for because it reminds them of home. It reminds them of Cuba. It reminds them of what they fled, right? So, and that's what I mean about the party not separating itself from the president. So I think Florida is coming in. It's looking like how Florida normally looks. It's going to be a roller coaster all night. It's going to be a tight race. It's not going to be a slam dunk for either candidate. I don't see it. And just to answer Colleen, I wanted to clarify what I meant about the ballots being in the post office. Post office, it just means one, the Postal Service has low staff, so they can't deliver as many ballots. We've seen a record over 1 million ballots, I think, were cast by mail-in votes. So now the post office has to deliver all those ballots. Some states will allow the ballots to be delivered later. In the state of Florida, if that ballot is not received by 7:01 p.m. this evening, it is not good. So that's the point I was trying to make earlier.
All right, point taken. Tripp, are you liking what you're seeing so far coming out of Florida?
I'm absolutely loving it. I think it's right where it needs to be. It kind of went back to my other points that I made, in the fact that, these bigger cities like Jacksonville and Duval, or Tampa and Hillsborough, or Miami and Miami-Dade County, you're going to see those big turnouts in those metropolitan regions. However, the gentleman made a great point on CNN, the fact that those smaller counties do add up. So in the aggregate, you will see it balance out, especially in the Panhandle. It'll balance out Hillsborough and Miami-Dade. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a roller coaster. It's going to go back and forth. But ultimately, I think Florida pulls it off just because of the sheer amount of votes. It's going to be by a very low margin. But you are going to start seeing some of those votes come in after the 7 o'clock deadline. So it's just one of those waiting games right now. And Florida, like what Attorney Winter has talked about, it's definitely going to be one of those states that's going to be hotly contested even after the fact, because you are going to see issues with the post office, with the early voting, with the absentee ballots, and things are going to come in. You're going to see votes being counted. And that's why these things lead to legal battles in courts. And that's where it's really important to know that the Florida senators are Republican. The Florida governor is Republican. So it kind of does help the Republican Party in the fact that when the court cases do come to fruition, Governor DeSantis is definitely going to be vetoing the determination made by the Florida Supreme Court. And so at the end of the day, I'm not too worried about Florida. And that's why these are the things that are underlying that most people don't see. Most people just say, oh, okay, we won because of the vote, but they don't understand that sometimes the legal battles after the fact, or the fact that the way the bureaucracy of the state of Florida is, it's run by a Republican administration and Republican senators, which does give it a little bit extra push under an incumbent Republican president, under a Republican Supreme Court. And so at the end of the day, you're going to see all these factors be a big influence in how Florida turns out with respect to how the people have voted. So I'm actually looking at the Virginia right now, and that's surprising me, where Virginia is up 65%. I did not expect that. See it this early on at 65%. That's a pretty good thing for Trump. And I believe that Biden's probably underperformed there. Biden performed well in some of those southern counties. So it's still too early to tell, but the votes are coming in. And to answer your question, Junior, I'm comfortable at this moment with how President Trump is doing in the state of Florida, as things will change and progress throughout the And
I'll just add, Junior, we also have the military votes that still have to come in. So those will be counted. For all our military members that are overseas, those votes will have to be counted as well. And I think Tripp is making a good point about some of those, who's running the state? Who is running the state? So when we have a state like Florida being run by the Republicans, it is highly likely that any kind of veto, any kind of powers they have, as far as counting and recounting is concerned, will tend to lean somewhat towards the Republican Party.
Yeah. How is go ahead, Fonde. I mean, Dr. Z.
We also have to remember that Trump recently put in a new postmaster general, and that guy has done a lot to cause problems where the postal service is concerned. He has had some of the machines dismantled, and even though they went to court and he was told to stop doing that, there was already a number of machines that was dismantled that they were not able to put back together. So listen, man, right now, I'm going to say it, whether people like it or not. The world is looking at America right now to see what we're going to do. Because we were supposed to be the police for fair elections. We have gone to utmost parts of the world, policing and trying to make sure that people that people vote, get a chance to vote. And now they are looking at us because there have been so much things, so much voter suppression, and all of these interference in our election in-house. That is not good.
Yeah, the votes that we're seeing right now on the board is polling votes. That's not a cumulative count of the mail-in votes, right, Fonde? Or Tripp?
That's true.
Some states opened their ballots. I think Arizona started counting way before today. Some states opened their ballots literally today. So you will see a mixture of mail-in ballots as well as ballots that were cast at the poll.
Right. Let's take some audio again coming from CNN on the state of Florida. It's going to be a fight for Florida. Check this out.
4.6 is what it took to win it 4 years ago. We think turnout is higher this year. So we're going to watch as this goes. But here, if you're looking for trouble signs in the Biden campaign, it is right here. In Miami-Dade, again, we have more votes. This is early in-person voting, predominantly, I'm told. People who showed up to vote in person early before Election Day. Joe Biden with a very narrow lead. But you could say that's a 9-point lead, but narrow by comparison to where we are 4 years ago. That's nearly 30 points there. It's 28
Biden
points.
just took the lead in Florida once again. It's moving very quickly,
so let's move
back and forth.
Let's come back and see where it came from. Now, by 134,000 votes. They are reporting very quickly in Florida. Congratulations to Florida. We hope it plays out.
65% of the vote is in,
play
two-thirds.
it on the rest. So let's see what happened here. We got a big jump in Palm Beach County, 60% to 39%. Remember, a short time ago, the president was ahead there, but it was only a few hundred votes. So again, you're looking at 60% there, especially if Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami-Dade, and we'll go back and check on it in a second. If he's underperforming there, you got to make it up somewhere else if you're going to win the state. And Hillary Clinton lost, right? So you look at Palm Beach County here, 60 to 40, 60 to 39. You come back here, it's a little bit better. She's at 57. So if you're Joe Biden and you're underperforming one place, you got to make it up somewhere else. We'll watch and see if that holds up. Let's just move south as we go. Broward County, 66. To me, what's more important is the 562 because we know turnout is up this year. We'll come back here, 66. So about the same there. The vote total is actually incredibly close to the same. If we come back to 4 years ago, he's a little bit above it there, but we got a little ways to go still. So turnout's up a little bit, which you adjust your math, and then you come down here. Again, in the Biden campaign, you think in a normal race, you're winning anyway. You say, 54-45, I'm doing great. No, the Democrats need to run it up more here. And you see Hillary Clinton with 64% when you round up last time, and she lost the state. Remember that. She lost the state, ran it up here, 624,000. You come back to 2020, Joe Biden running under that vote total here. Again, that happens. Elections change. Constituencies change. Donald Trump doing better perhaps with African Americans, with Latinos. It's a very complicated, diverse Latino community in Miami-Dade. So Joe Biden has to make it up somewhere else. You can make it up with senior citizens. You can make it up here in the growing suburbs across the I-4 corridor. And let's see the case. At the moment, Orange County, again, 700 votes and change. So this one doesn't count yet. No offense to the people who voted for the president there, but that doesn't count yet. We're not high enough up in the vote count to understand that. So we are up high here, though. Hillsborough County, which is Tampa, and the growing suburbs around it. Pinellas County is St. Pete, and the suburbs here as you move over. This went red 4 years ago as President Trump carried Florida. It is staying blue at the moment. Narrow, though. Look at that, 50.3 to 48.4. But again, in a state that often goes a point or two, sometimes within a point, right? Little margins matter. Donald Trump carried it just barely by a point 4 years ago. At the moment, Joe Biden carrying it just barely by a point. That's how you win a state as close as Florida in on the margins like that. And if you come over here, 55-43, so 12 points almost.
You know, if we go statewide,
12 points on here. Hold on, I just want to check this one. That's 7 right there. You want to go statewide now. We'll see if it changes again as we pull it out.
Show us where each candidate is overperforming and underperforming.
All right, so we can go back and look at this. We can match this up to 4 years ago. Where is Trump underperforming, right? So where is the president underperforming? He's underperforming so far in these 2 counties. Now, they're blue. That means the Democrats are winning in those counties, but the president's vote in these counties is below where it was. You see the Trump vote here by more than 5 points from where he was 4 years ago. And again, it's 1 county. It's not a lot of people, but in a state that is so close, that could come down to several thousand votes. 2000, it was 537 votes. It's one of the things you look at. So you pull that out here. And so right now, this is, if you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs. At the moment, we're not seeing it in dramatic ways. We'll watch this as more votes come in. And so where is Biden underperforming? Where is Biden underperforming Clinton? And you see it right there. That's what we were just talking about. If you come back in here, this will slide over in a minute. Underperforming. This doesn't count yet because the vote is very preliminary. Let me just check on this one. Also very preliminary there. So this we're waiting on. Don't focus on that.
Where's Biden overperforming?
But look at this here. You see this. This is right now a warning sign in the Biden campaign headquarters for that. And so then you want to look at where are they overperforming. So let's do Biden first. Let's turn this one off and bring this one up. And he's overperforming again. These are Republican counties. The red counties are voting Republican at the moment. But you see Joe Biden at 41% here. You go back to Hillary Clinton. He's only at 36%. There are some places, and again, this can matter if you get down to a race settled by a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 votes. It's a performance like this that matters when you go through and match it up. There's not a lot of it, given how big Florida is. He's out. Let's see. He's outperforming Clinton here. Leon County is Tallahassee, but again, this is very preliminary. So let's not go to the bank on this. There's not many votes in there just yet. But it's one of the things you look at as we study it throughout.
Where's Trump overperforming?
Let's take a peek at that as well. We're in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Where's the president outperforming himself? Again, right now in Miami-Dade matters. These other places, the votes are very preliminary. Let's see.
Deanna or Trip, let me come to you on Florida. Florida is tricky. Florida is always tricky. Biden is underperforming Clinton in about 3 different counties. What does that say for the Biden campaign, and what do you think it says for the Trump campaign?
So I would love to address that real quick, just because it speaks volumes about the minority vote. I know we were discussing that earlier. I do think that African Americans and Hispanics are waking up. They're kind of realizing that some of the issues that are helping the administration has put into place. I know we got a little heated about it earlier, but technically there has been a lot of things that the current administration has done for African Americans and Hispanics, and you are seeing those votes coming out in Miami-Dade and in Broward and all these other counties, and that's why you're seeing him not performing as well as he did as compared to when he was running against Hillary Clinton. You are going to see a lot of Asians come out as well voting for President Trump. There's big communities in the Taiwanese community and in all these other different smaller communities that have certain business interests in mind when it comes to their economy. I think the coronavirus situation we kind of talked about last time we spoke, Junior, that has affected a lot of small businesses within the communities in Florida. So you are going to see people lashing back who are maybe minority or just people in the majority who just want to live a better economic lifestyle. And with what's going on in Florida, I think you will see a lot of voters come out, which is you're going to see lower margins. And because he's underperforming in those southern states, it speaks volumes about kind of how he could have picked a better vice presidential candidate. And I'm speaking of Biden here, because when you looked at the when you looked at the Harris versus the Pence debate, you saw Mike Pence bringing up facts over and over on how Harris would probably not be for the American people when it hit their pocketbooks based on the policies she's trying to implement. With also the higher taxes, you got to take into account that Florida doesn't have any income tax. Florida also is used to not paying taxes because of our industry. You're also looking at environmental issues where President Trump helped the environment working with Governor DeSantis on offshore drilling off of Florida's industry. So you're seeing a lot of different businesses also being affected by some of the positive things President Trump has implemented during his administration, but also some of the policies that are recommended by Harris and Biden. So those little things do add up. And even if he is underperforming in some of those counties, when you start seeing all the panhandles start turning red, you'll initially see Biden leading because we still haven't counted a lot of those votes in the panhandle, but you're eventually going to see it stagnating, and you're going to see a minor lead for President Trump because of all the aggregate counties that are going to be picked up. So it just goes to show that you can't really call an election early on because a lot of things change, and a lot of people, based on the momentum, it also changes. And you've seen Trump visit Florida many, many times, and with him having a big here, you're going to see initially a lot of those down be blue, not in 2016, and that's an indicator of why the state does still lean slightly left. And because of all the minorities who have benefited from this administration, you even heard the gentleman there say that you're seeing a lot of African Americans vote for President Trump in Florida. Well, you're going to see that throughout the union because there have been communities who are waking up and they're starting to realize President Trump has been good for their pocketbook, and that does go a long way when you have a better quality of life and tax cuts and deregulations that do help minorities succeed as it relates to their small businesses. So it's just something to consider. I know it's maybe a lot of viewers or people can think it's a talking point, but it is fact. It's being discussed on CNN out of all places, which does lean left. And so it is giving you an indicator of what is to come for the state of Florida as it relates to the votes coming in for this election 2020.
All right. So, great point. So, Junior, if we were to take out like
one of the things that I think we have not taken into consideration.
Dr. Z, hold on one second. Dr. Z. Sorry. Fundy, go ahead. Dr. Z, we come back. Fundy, go ahead.
So, I agree with most of what Tripp said. So, if we were to take out police brutality, racial discrimination, or things that have affected the African American community that the president hasn't really addressed openly, leading up to March, pre-corona, we were living in a really good economy. And if you think about some of the businesses that were doing well under Trump, those are people that are earning the $400,000 and above. So when we hear a Biden-Harris ticket and we hear about tax increases, it makes a lot of individuals nervous. So when we have the African-American vote leaning towards President Trump, it's because a lot of those people have been doing well under a Trump administration. People like myself, you do well. So you have to think about, what about those that are not doing so well? And that's where the legal debate comes in. But leading up to March, lots of people were doing economically well in the state of Florida that we're talking about. The businesses were doing well. Their pockets, like you said, their pockets were lined. So when we hear a Biden-Harris ticket, it makes us nervous. African Americans also, some of them are holding Senator Harris responsible for some of her tough criminal laws back in the 90s, right? She was she was the Attorney General in the state of California, and they're holding her accountable for some of those actions. And of course, we can debate whether, how that went down, who went to prison. There can be a huge debate about that. But a lot of people are not liking the policies that the Biden-Harris ticket, including minorities in the state of Florida. And I think a lot of minorities that live in cities think that cities win election. New York City is not going to help anybody win this election. This election will be won by people that are, in the California, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida.
Yeah.
Right. It's not going to be New York City.
Right. Yeah. The numbers, as the numbers are coming in, I'm sort of, as a Democrat, I'm sort of antsy because I'm seeing the numbers in Miami-Dade County is not running up as high as I would expect it. I know that there are a lot of Cubans. I know that there are a lot of Caribbean people, a lot of Cubans, a lot of Hispanics. But what about the Caribbean? What about the Caribbean votes in Florida, in Miami-Dade, that general area? Do we find the Jamaicans, the Grenadians, the Trinidadians voting overwhelmingly for Trump in those areas or for Biden?
I think we're going to see a mixture. We're going to see a mixture. I know first generation Caribbeans might lean a little bit towards the president. We might see a mixture. It depends how the families are doing, right? It really depends, because first generation immigrants are not so attuned to what's going on with immigrant rights, right? They were born here. So when you try to have a conversation about, there's people waiting in Mexico, it doesn't resonate as it would with their parents. And so they're looking for, they're not as affected with certain things that affect the Caribbean community. So I could see a lot of first generation potentially voting more, even the Latin Americans, first generation, they're going to be voting for the president, right? Because of, I think the Biden-Harris ticket is not the strongest Democratic ticket that we could have put forward. It's not. And that's why I'm saying African Americans that will more than likely vote Biden-Harris is simply a vote against the Trump-Pence ticket. It's not really a vote for Biden or for Harris. They're just simply voting against another 4 years with President Trump.
Okay. Dr. Z, you were going to say before you got cut off earlier. Go ahead, Dr. Z. Unmute.
One of the things that is in serious play here that we have not talked about is the evangelicals, the church factor of it. And that is one of the things that's in play. Not only the evangelicals, but the nationalistic people who identify with Donald Trump. And because of that, in Florida as well as in some of the suburbs and so on, a lot of the suburbs, you have a lot of evangelical, especially the white evangelists, because the majority of them identify with Donald Trump and his nationalistic approach. So that has a lot of what's going on also.
I'm concerned if the people in Florida are more concerned of the economical standing, if they have a job, than their health and coronavirus.
Yeah.
And that is a big question. Are they more concerned that today they may have a job than they may die tomorrow from coronavirus? Funde, what's your read on Florida?
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think that's how it's looked upon. I think there were polls that ranked people's level of interest, and the economy ranked number one. I think coronavirus was probably number 3, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think it's that simple about their health. I don't know that a Biden-Harris ticket is going to save it from coronavirus. That's not the connection I am making, and I don't think it's a connection that a lot of people are making. A Biden-Harris ticket, there's still going to be coronavirus. I think what people are more concerned about was how the president handled the pandemic, not so much whether Biden-Harris can save us. It was more of what could the president or what should the president have done in March? Should he have closed all the borders? Should he have said mandatory masks? Should he have kept the CDC fully funded, fully employed? So I don't know that in the state of Florida it is as simple as they're not concerned about their health or coronavirus. I think the economy ranks number 1 in the state of Florida.
Yeah. And I guess the economy ranking number 1 in the state of Florida, Trip, that's good for you. That's good for your candidate.
Well, I would actually say it's good for the American people. It's good for everyone who's interested in putting food on their table. It's important for people who want to live a lifestyle that makes it easier on them when they were working long hours and 9-to-5 jobs. That extra dollar, that extra $20 because of those tax cuts, whatever it may be, is going to help not only Floridians but the American people. Ultimately, when you look at economics, the reason I think that is number 1 issue that is most important to the American people is because politics politics is not national; it's more local, in my opinion. It's how does it affect your personal pocketbook? How does it affect your quality of life? How does it affect your children? I just think when you have a better economy, people are spending more money, businesses are doing well, stock markets are going great. It leads to better health care outcomes. It just ultimately leads to better education. So ultimately, economy is the thing that keeps people in check. You're not going to worry more about what's going on in a foreign country versus what's going on in your own household. And so that's why I think for most Floridians, with people who are moving down here from other states who want to retire here and live a better lifestyle, and we don't pay income taxes because a lot of our tourism funds a lot of the expenses that we have. So at the end of the day, it's not only good for me. It's not about me. It's not about Trump. It's about the American people. And I think that's what Trump has consistently stated was that, look, under past administrations, you've never seen such a boom in the economy. And I think that with this current administration, people are willing to, I know this is probably a bad way to say it, but deal with some of the rhetoric and things that all the antics that he sometimes does do, because they personally are living better lifestyles and are probably wealthier and better off than under an administration like the Harris-Biden administration that would rather have more regulations. When you have more regulations, it's tougher for small businesses. When you have higher taxes, people can't spend as much. You drive out businesses to go to other countries. When you do that, it impacts our geopolitical power in the world. It brings Chinese goods into America that are cheaper because now people don't want to pay the higher taxes. And so it really does affect a lot of other factors, and it's very important to American people. And at the end of the day, I think that's what Floridians are realizing. I think that's what immigrants are realizing. I think that's what minorities are realizing when they come from these other nations where they've tried this and it hasn't worked. And I know that maybe when I say this, you're going to say it's a talking point, but look at countries like Venezuela. Do look at countries like Cuba, where the same type of policies that Harris is trying to implement. We all know that if Biden is in, Biden has certain medical conditions. We know that. I mean, it's not something that it's not something that we're making up. It's obvious. And so he is very geriatric. And when you compare to someone like Trump, who's pretty old as well, pretty seasoned, he's just going to multiple rallies. He's just a healthier individual. And so at the end of the day, when you do see these kind of things, you're going to end up seeing Kamala Harris be the true president, kind of like what you saw with Dick Cheney and George W. Bush. You are going to see the vice president actually running the country, in my opinion. And when that happens, and when you have policies and actual things that we've seen in the past that Kamala Harris has done, I think it does scare a big populace, a big amount of the populace in America that just don't want to go that drastically left. And I think they want to be more moderate. Most Americans do understand that economics will control their pocketbooks, and they do understand that it's going to be a better quality of life financially if Trump is president. Trump does have that business background as compared to someone who has been a career politician like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And so when you do have that higher regulation and more higher taxes, it impacts at the local level, going back to why local politics is important. It affects how states have to operate then from a national Department of Labor viewpoint or from a executive viewpoint. It does ultimately affect how Congress will run and how laws will be passed if there is someone like Biden at the helm of the presidency versus Donald Trump. So these are all subtle factors that I think most Americans are debating and battling. And I really do believe, and I agree with Attorney Winter's point, in the fact that most Democrats aren't voting because they actually truly believe in some of the major policies. I would actually ask a lot of Democrats, what are some of the policies you agree with? Well, it's because of the emotional nature of what Trump has done that their vote is more against Trump than it is for the policies that Biden and Harris are going to do. I think the American people are going to realize if they do vote in Biden, ultimately it's going to be too late. They're going to realize that when financially struggling come year 3 of that presidency and year 4 of that presidency, because of all the taxes and all the different regulations, it's going to be too late. And by then, China will be a powerhouse. You're going to start seeing a lot of changes in our economy, and it'll just be too late. And so it's too late now because everyone's polling stations are closing and whatnot. It's you reap what you sow. If you end up voting for a president, you got to understand that there are going to be economic implications as a result voting for Biden and a Harris ticket versus a Trump ticket. And at the end of the day, people just want to live a better lifestyle. They want to feel comfortable. And under this administration, they have been able to do that. And that's why you're seeing a lot of minorities vote for Trump. And that's why you're seeing that lower threshold of victory for Biden in counties like Miami-Dade. So it's all runs full circle, and Florida is just one state. You see a lot of this in other Rust Belt states as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the night unfolds. But with this administration, I think Americans are waking up knowing that, yes, he's probably not the best candidate when it comes to emotions and things like that, but he's a great logical candidate for stepping up for their financial freedom.
You said a couple words there I take a lot of issues with. You said geriatric when Trump and Biden is almost the same age. And then you talk about logic and you put Donald Trump in the same sentence.
They're both geriatric. I think they're both geriatric.
So it's not one or the other.
They are. They're in their late 70s.
Let's be fair. They're both older white men, right?
Exactly.
I'm speaking about healthy. Donald Trump eat hamburgers like this, and he's obese. So let's not even talk about healthy from what we've seen from the outside. Let's just go back to CNN real quick to see what's the update in Florida. It's a very, very interesting race in Florida right now. Let's check it out.
Well, let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up, right? He doubles your vote, essentially. And so the challenge for Biden, if that fills in, and we'll watch turnout, we'll see if the Trump voters come out in those places, is he has to, in all of the urban centers, Franklin County, that's a good number. It's not just Columbus. Huge suburbs around it. Columbus has been Democratic a long time. The suburbs used to be more Republican, so you get a more competitive county. You see that, right? That's about half of the vote, 76%. You come back in time, 61% for Hillary Clinton. That's how, those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities. A lot of that's the Democratic base. In Columbus, it's the capital of the state. It's unions. It's African Americans. It's turnout. But then when you get out here, away from it, you have to win the suburbs, and that has been the challenge. President Trump has lost the suburbs. Let's come down here to Hamilton County. Used to be a Republican county. It's becoming more of a Clinton county. More of a Democratic county. We have no votes there yet. You saw how Hillary Clinton carried it. It's also a House district in the Cincinnati suburbs as well. One of the House districts, Democrats are trying to expand their majority. So it's
John,
Ohio.
I want to go back to Florida because it's essentially tied right now. Let's take a look at Florida right now. 81% of the estimated vote is in. There's only a 2,000 vote separation. Biden has had 2,033 votes. That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake in this will be throwing things at the television. Wow. This is why this. Look at this. This is more.
Trump has just gone ahead by 18,000.
Now Trump has gone ahead by 18,000 votes. This is 4.6, 4.7. We're closing in on 10 million votes. We're above 9 million votes in the state of Florida. And we have a 49.6 to a 49.4. This is why elections are fun. And this is why Florida is, of all the states in the United States, one of the, if not the, ultimate battleground state. And so, again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami-Dade. This, to me, so far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing. If you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. Then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46, if you round them up. Again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign. Not insurmountable, because you come up here, can you make it up? This is number 2. Broward County. Miami-Dade's number 1.
Second largest.
This is this is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. Turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but you're running ahead there. And then you come up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 58 to 41. If you look at it there, 391,000 votes. Joe Biden, again, exceeding her total, and right now at the moment exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3 are right here along the coast. And then you come up from here. Here's where you find number 4. That's Hillsborough. That's Tampa. It's Tampa and the suburbs around it. Again, I just said this in Ohio, and I'll say it again here. The suburbs decide close presidential elections. President Trump narrowly won them 4 years ago. He's been losing them since. Nancy Pelosi is speaker because of the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. The question is, does it continue from 2018 into 2020 in places like this? 53%. You see, that's about, you see 300, 352, so you 52,000 votes, right? In a place like Florida, if you're not doing as well as you want in Miami-Dade, you got to run it up somewhere else. There are some votes there for you. Much closer, 45, 42. And then you come over here. This 4 years ago, It's a big victory for Donald Trump to turn this county. Democrats got swamped in election day turnout. At the moment, they're holding this 91%. And again, not by much, 49.6 to 49.0. The question, that's a little bit of math. 3,000 votes. You take everything you can in a state like this, you get the votes. And so then you come up here, and now we're waiting, right? The Panhandle, this is the later time zone. We're waiting for votes out there. If you come through here, just want to show you, the president runs it up in these smaller counties. There's not a lot of people. But 6,000 votes to 2,000 votes, that's 4,000 votes in the bank to offset the Democratic advantages elsewhere. That's what the president did 4 years ago. It looks like he's doing it in some of these places again. The issue is, as you get to the more populated counties, let's see if we have much votes. Earlier, we didn't have many votes. We still don't. This is a plus for Joe Biden. We don't have many votes out of Leon County yet, but that's Tallahassee. And then you move over here, watching this all night to see if it switches. Duval County, again, sorry for the broken record, the suburbs, Jacksonville and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden at 51, the president at 47. If you go back in time, Donald Trump carries Florida 4 years ago narrowly, in part because he won the suburbs narrowly there. So, Wolf, as we watch this play out, I just want to come out to statewide and look. The president of the United States, 2,994 votes ahead in a state that has cast more than 9 million ballots.
Incredibly close in Florida right now. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia.
Guys, the Panhandle. I know we spoke about it, but that Panhandle area right there, does it normally go Democrat or Republican? Hold on, Fonde. Yeah, go ahead, Fonde.
The Panhandle typically goes red. Trip, that was your hometown. But the Panhandle is very rural, farming. Typically, we can say the Panhandle. They vote almost like Alabama because the Panhandle kisses Alabama. So that's really deep south. I could see the Panhandle leaning towards President Trump.
Right. So we have some announcement there. DC and all of those states for Biden, it was expected, right? They just flashed it up on the screen. Oklahoma goes red as expected. DC, what was some of the other states? Vermont. Let me see if I could pull it up. Did you guys catch it? The states that went for Biden and the states that went for Trump?
Yes, that was Delaware, and that is like his home state. So you start, or Pennsylvania is originally, but yeah, Delaware and all those New England states are probably going to go to to Biden. But you're going to see all the Midwestern states slowly going towards Trump, and that's where the Rust Belt is going to be very important because most states will go out like we normally think they'll go. However, some of those states like North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, especially with all the, like what Deani was talking about earlier, Attorney Winter, about some of the police brutality and things like that, all that up north, along with the unions that you're going to start seeing, because sometimes people vote when they're part of the union in Michigan and states like that. I believe he loses Michigan because sometimes the unions are so strong up there, and they're usually Democratic strongholds. And when the union tells them to vote one way, they usually do. However, what's interesting is President Trump got the police unions all to back him. So all those union votes for the police are going to counteract and keep in check a lot of the blue collar unions that you're seeing in the automotive industry and things like that. So it's going to come down to the wire in a lot of those Rust Belt states like Illinois, like Indiana, like Wisconsin, like Michigan. And so that's where it's going to be very important. But then you're also going to see development in Iowa and in places in the Midwest that are going to balance that out as well. So ultimately, it comes down to those suburbs. It comes down to the woman vote. It comes down to kind of those minority communities. And all of that's going to be very close. I'm still surprised about Virginia being 58%. Virginia has traditionally been a Democratic stronghold, especially being near D.C. It is still too early to tell, but to see that much of a jump in Virginia is something that I see is very surprising and something I did not expect. So if y'all see certain states that don't stick out, I'd love to hear it.
I'm very surprised at Ohio. Biden is leading in Ohio by double digits.
That is surprising.
That and we all know that if Biden wins Ohio, game over. Game over.
And he has been called. Delaware is called for him, and the District of Columbia called for him.
Okay.
Biden.
All right. Let's go back and get some audio. Deani, you wanted to come in right here with Ohio?
I just want to say Ohio is surprising. It's the Midwest was my home for many, many years, and I remember back in 2008 when the automobile industry went down. Ohio, like Michigan, too, suffered. So I am a little bit surprised at Ohio. Yes.
Yeah. So far, again, Ohio is a very important state for the Trump team. No Republican has won the White House without winning Ohio, and is one of his narrowest path to victory. Right, narrow path to victory. We've seen that he's barely leading in Florida, and even if he wins Florida, he still needs to pick up Ohio. Ohio with its 18 electoral votes, Florida with its 29 electoral votes, New York with its 29 electoral votes as well. And it's very, very important. It's one of the most important path to victory for Donald Trump. Chip, could you see any other path to victory if the president lose Ohio?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. You said, do you see any path to victory for President Trump or for Vice President candidate Biden?
For President Trump. For President Trump. If he loses Ohio,
yes.
Is there any other path to victory?
If he loses Ohio, yes. If he loses Ohio, he is going to obviously have to make up those votes somewhere else, and that's where winning Michigan, winning Wisconsin, winning Pennsylvania are going to be very important. I would say he would have to win at least 2 out of those 3 just to kind of stay in the race. If you lose Florida, it's definitely game over. But definitely with the amount of electoral votes that are up in the states, if he does lose Ohio, he has to at least get 2 out of those 3 states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and possibly even Illinois or Indiana. And so usually you see Indiana go red. Usually we'll see Illinois go blue. But one thing I really want to bring up is the fact where, well, I just saw this news, but Senator Mitch McConnell, who is the majority leader of the U.S. Senate, is projected to win. It just came out that he is probably more likely than not with the vote. He will beat Amy McGrath. And that really does have good implications for the Republican Party as well, because he maintains his majority position as the Senate majority leader.
In Kentucky, over
let's just check the audio right there. A key race projection.
270. Biden has 30. Trump has 26. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are 5 battleground states right now where Biden is ahead. Let's start with Pennsylvania right now. Only less than 1% of the vote is in, but Biden is ahead by nearly 40,000 votes, 79.9% to 18.8% for Trump. In Texas right now, 10% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 58.7% to 40% for Trump. Let's go to Georgia right now. 10% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Only 453 vote lead for Biden over Trump, 49.5% to 49.5%. In Ohio, almost a third of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by 348,000 votes, 58.5% to 40.4% for Trump in Ohio. In New Hampshire right now, 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 6,700 votes, 57.1% to 42.2% in New Hampshire right now. We got some more states right now. Trump is ahead in these states right now, beginning in Florida. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 65,000 votes, 49.8% to 49.2%. Very, very close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Virginia, about a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is still ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia by more than 214,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.3% in Virginia. All these races so significant. John King, you're looking at all this as close.
Yeah. All right. Starting to get antsy. Mitch, you was talking about Mitch McConnell and his victory, and it was projected that Mitch would have won Kentucky, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Right. So it's not breaking news. It was expected that he would have won in Kentucky, but I'm very concerned about Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is going through a very tough battle right now, and I'm not sure that Lindsey Graham would have the same fate as your Kentuckian friend right there. Let's shift a little bit and talk, because we haven't been speaking about the Senate. What do you think about the Senate? Do you think there will be a flip tonight? What you saying, Funday?
I think it's possible. But I don't know if many people are looking down the ballot, especially on the Democratic side. I don't know if Democratic voters are looking down the ballot. For most people, they're just looking at who is going to be the president and who's going to be the vice president. Most people are not looking down the ballot to see how much can be accomplished when the House and the Senate represent the person that's sitting in the White House. So I think that's going to be an interesting takeout tonight.
Yeah, I think it's very, very important because, I mean, even if Trump win the White House and the Democrat keep the Senate and they flip the Senate and they keep the House, they're in a good position.
We're in a good position. And that is why I think it's important. I always say to people, when you go to vote, make sure you look all the way down the ballot, not just look, because even like you said, if President Trump were to take office again and the House and the Senate were Democratic, then at least, you know, some of those policies, he would have a harder uphill climb for some of those policies that he typically and if I'm hearing a lot of echo, Junior, I'm really sorry if I'm talking slow because there's so much echo on my end. But even if the president were to win, even if the president were to win tonight and the House and the Senate were to remain and go to the Democratic Party, then things would be a little bit more balanced, I feel.
Yeah. I think it's important that we look at the Senate race, Trip, and a lot of focus have not been put on the Senate race. I think, and they haven't been speaking about it as well, but I think it's very, 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 very important. I'm looking at the Senate, and they need to flip 4 seats in the Senate, so it would turn over in the control of the Democrats, and that's very possible here tonight. Guys, you're watching a live coverage of this 2020. It's a nail biter. We have Trip, and he's here with us. I don't know how long Trip could stay up. I don't know how much time we have with Trip. I don't know how much time we have with Deanna Winterfunde, and of course Dr. Z. I just want to see how Florida look, and I really want to see how Ohio look. And I think after that point, we could say, okay, well, we could go home now. We understand what's happening at Pennsylvania, Arizona. After those states are called, we could say,
okay. Before we go home, it's important. I know we were talking about the Senate and the House, but it's important. There's some people who really don't know that there are 3 branches. There's the executive, the judicial, and the legislative.
Yeah.
And so even if you have a Republican president and he does not have the Senate, the House, and the Senate, there isn't much that he can do. And so I'm just bringing this to the forefront because I know a lot of people are saying that as much.
Yeah, Dr. Z, your audio, your video is your internet.
He did not do as much because he did not have the Senate. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your internet was cracking.
Are you hearing me better?
Well, we're hearing you now, but it keeps going and coming.
He had to make a lot because of that in order to get anything done. So it as you are rightly saying, it is extremely important that not only if we have a Biden-Harris win, it is important that we also have the legislature in.
Okay, your audio keep cutting off. Dr. Z, 1 second. Let's go back and check out some more audio
suburbs around
from CNN.
Blue right here, 63% for Biden, 60%. You might say that's not a big deal. In a state as tight as Florida, those little margins, if you can perform, again, especially if you're struggling in one place, you have to overperform somewhere else. So you're watching that play out there. Again, though, the president's still 112, 113,000 if you round him up. Earlier, I was talking about, this is 2016. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 2016 map. This is Duval County here. It was red 4 years ago. It is blue right now. You come back out. I'm looking at the 2016 total, thinking it was this year's total, because that's the way it always is in Florida. It's that close. 10 million votes are about to be cast. We're really close to 10 million votes and 131,000 separates them right now. But Duval County is still blue for the Democrats, 51 to 47. That's the suburbs. Donald Trump makes it up in the rural areas. And then we're going to come across here. I just want to see where the margins are. One of the things you get with this point, Florida's returning so quickly, you're starting to figure out what's still out. Where can you find more votes? If you're going to make up 100,000, which is the lead right now, where can you get it? Or Orange County, growing, a lot of votes here, but about 93% of the estimate in. We'll see what the numbers are. We'll see what more votes come in. 383,000 here for Joe Biden right now, 329. So that's 50,000 votes. He's running ahead of Hillary Clinton, 50,000 plus from 4 years ago. The turnout's up everywhere, though. So the president's numbers are up, too. You're going county by county in the campaign war room. This is significant as you come across. Again, Hillsborough County, Tampa in the suburbs, Pinellas County, St. Pete in the suburbs along the coast. This was blue. I mean, this was red 4 years ago. Very close, 49.2, 49.5 to 49.2, 2,000 votes. 2,000 votes there. 2,000 votes matter in a close state. And again, I want to do this again in reverse order this time. Palm Beach County, almost all counted. 56 for Joe Biden, come back in time. 56 for Hillary Clinton, so you're matching it up. Might not be good enough. Hillary Clinton lost the state. Come back to 2020. You come down here, 66%, second largest population center, second largest county in terms of people in Florida, 66. Come back in time, 66. You're essentially matching what happened 4 years ago. The vote count, 553. 562, turnout's up a little bit, but you're essentially matching the percentages there. And then you move down here, and this is the trouble sign. Again, we're not done. We're not done counting in Florida. Joe Biden can make it up somewhere else. But 54% Miami-Dade, 579 to 486,000. If you look at it there, number one, this is your biggest county in Florida. This is where the most votes are. We'll wait for more. But Hillary Clinton won this in a landslide. She walked out of here, 624 to 333. Hillary Clinton built up a huge lead in Miami-Dade, and she still lost the state. So Joe Biden is they're looking at that in Biden campaign headquarters, wondering what's left. You'll see what else comes in. You can make it up. It's a big population center. A lot of votes can come in. You can change the math, but you're not going to get back to that percentage. 63% there, 54% there. If Joe Biden loses Florida narrowly tonight, this will be why. But we're not done yet. We're not done counting yet. You come back out, although that lead now 163,000. Just in the course of this conversation, President Trump has stretched it out. He's stretched it out as it starts to fill in here, and as we get more of the votes here. This is what he does. And again, this is the Trump coalition. These smaller places, not a ton of people live here, but the president's above 80% in these places. He racks it up. 163,000 Wolf, 574 votes, 10 million now. We are past 10 million votes in the state of Florida. Remarkably close, 50.3 to 49 if you round that
89% of the estimated vote in Florida has already reported. We're standing by for the first results from Arkansas just minutes from now, as well as the second biggest round of poll closings right at the top of the hour. That's when a slew of battleground states are on the line. Arizona, Colorado.
Yeah, guys, you're watching a live broadcast here. So Florida is almost done counting. Troubling signs, good signs. How are we looking, Deanna, for the Democrats? And Trip, how are we looking in Florida?
Florida is going to be Florida. I think no matter who takes Florida tonight, we're going to see potential recounts. We're going to see a battle for the state of Florida. I don't know that it's going to be as easy as let's call Florida and be done with it. It's going to be a battle to the end for either candidate, quite frankly.
Yeah. I know, Trip, you wanted to make a point on the Senate race. And it's important. It's important that we look at the Senate race. What's your take on the Senate race?
Well, Z was saying what Dr. Z was saying earlier about, the separation of powers with having, Article 1 with Congress and then Article 2 with the presidency and with Article 3, the Supreme Court. Well, the Supreme Court right now is a majority Republican, conservative-based court. And then depending on how this election goes with Biden and Trump, that'll dictate what Article 2 is. But Article 1 is kind of where it really starts to be very important, because sometimes when you have such close races in the Senate, where it could be a 51 vote majority or 51 senators to get the majority, the vice president, if it's closer and it ties, the vice president, you got to remember, is the person who breaks the tie in a lot of these Senate type of votes. And what comes down to actually trying to work bipartisanly with with the House, if it's going to be split, most likely the Democrats will hold the House, and I think the Republicans will maintain the Senate. But if it gets really close, it's very important, because if there was a Biden-Harris presidency that was a win and a Republican-held Senate, you would see Kamala Harris being the person who would be basically trying to be the tiebreaker if it was a very close Senate. So it goes back to seeing kind of how the intermingling between separation of powers, but also how a vice president is also considered the president of the Senate. That could be like a tiebreaker. So that's something I think our viewers will be aware of, and why the Senate races are just as important, because it's separate and equal. It's two different branches of our government who hold each other in check through that checks and balance. So the Senate races are very important. And when you have a 49-51 kind of a Senate win, that really comes down to be a very important factor when it comes down to policies that are created for the American people. And so I know a lot of the airtime is always spent on the presidential race because it's a lot more exciting for viewers. That's the way the media will kind of do it. But those Senate just as important because it's basically the third of our government, and so it's definitely just as important. And when you look at these senators winning, you are seeing some outrageous types of spending being done by PACs and super PACs and all the people who are trying to get these senators elected, because senators do represent the state versus a representative in the House representing a specific district based on a census, based on a population. And so ultimately those Senate votes are state votes on behalf of the federal government, representing the American people, and the American people vote these senators in. So that's why we are a representative democracy. We're a republic in that regard. And so it's important to know that. And you see states like South Carolina that you alluded to earlier, Junior, where Lindsey Graham is in trouble. It's because Jamie Harrison has raised a lot of money to combat that. And that's what goes to show that there is a lot of dark horse money type being funneled into these Senate races, because that's where you can pick up a win and you can ultimately affect who gets voted on the Supreme Court. So in this Supreme Court with ACB, with the new justice that just was nominated and consented or approved by the Senate, it's important because you can actually have a Supreme Court being controlled by the Senate based on who wins that majority. And with Mitch McConnell becoming the leader of the Senate and winning that Senate race in Kentucky, he holds his spot usually traditionally as the majority leader in the Senate, who can then call whether there should even be a hearing, or not a hearing, but like a vote that comes to fruition for Supreme Court. So if the Democrats had controlled the Senate, you probably would not have seen ACB now be the justice. It would have been the same situation as what happened with Merrick Garland. So when you see this argument about the Supreme Court, it goes to show why the American people need to vote for their senators, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who ultimately provide advice and consent based on the president's nomination who that Supreme Court justice will be. And so these are just little things to kind of show how important, how our government works, and why these races are very important. And right now you're looking at states like Alabama, where you have a Democrat who's a Senator, Doug Jones, who won in a very red state like Alabama, who's at risk of maybe losing his seat. You're all at states like Arizona. You're looking at states like Georgia, where those races are toss-ups. States like Iowa, these are very important Senate races where, based on a couple 100,000 votes, you can win or lose a Senate seat, which can ultimately have drastic implications for the American people. So I just kind of wanted to quickly speak about that, just so you guys have an understanding regarding our judicial and our legislative and executive process.
And I think those are important points to bring up. Thank you, Dr. Z and Attorney Tripathi, because I think a lot of people, like we mentioned, do not even look down the ballot. I mean, they'll check, but they're so focused on the presidential race. If you're just joining us, we're still talking about the road to 270, who is going to take it tonight. We just kind of broke down, Dr. Z did and Attorney Tripathi did, the House and the Senate. And there's some key races going on out there. So that's kind of what we're just talking about. Which way will the Senate go, and what effects, if any, it will have on who takes the White House. Dr. Z, anything else to add?
One other thing, it is so important to note that when you have a president who puts out a lot of propaganda and calls the legitimate news media fake news, that also affects a lot of what happens nationally, statewide, because you have a lot of people who really and truly believe that a lot of these stations like CNN and MSNBC and all of these stations, they give fake news. And that's something that the president has focused on from since he took office. And let me tell you something. When the man gets on there and says that he has a better plan for healthcare, and that the healthcare that we have is going to be taking us into socialism, we have to be careful. You know, we have to be careful what is put out there, because a lot of people, there are so many more people who are going to have underlying conditions. And if we don't have a healthcare system that takes into consideration that thousands and thousands of people are going to die, we have to understand those things. And it's a pity that we didn't have a forum like this before election. It's a pity that we didn't think about putting something on like this on before election instead of on the election night, to really let people know how important these things are.
All right, guys, this is the road to 260, and let's take some audio.
270.
Sorry, you know, I wish it was 260.
This is where you go.
And I think, Junior, at this point, it's healthy to say, why 270? I think for our listeners that are joining us, why are we saying 270? Why are we saying road to 270? And Dr. Z has done a really remarkable job this evening of, you know, taking this Ridealong platform and educating our listeners, informing our listeners. Some people already know, some people don't know. Why are we saying 270? Junior, wish it was 260, because whoever gets 270 of our electoral votes tonight will take the presidency for the United States. Hence why we say 270. There are 538 electoral votes up for grab, plus I believe 2 for the District of Columbia, correct me if I'm wrong. And whoever takes 270 will win the presidency of the United States. We're looking at some key battleground states. Florida, for example, my home state, Hillsborough County, where I reside, where I jokingly say, if you take a left in Tampa, you're in Florida. We joke about that because we all think Tampa is Disney World, or Tampa is Miami, or Florida, you know, Disney World or Miami, but you are in the deep South. It would not surprise me if President Trump takes Florida this evening.
Yeah. Let's take some audio from CNN and see what's the latest on the battleground states.
Of the vote. Just that some of these red states are going to be closer does tell you something. There's a competitive Senate race there. We'll see how it plays out when we get more votes. Let's keep going down. Ohio is still blue. I was going to go south to Florida, but Ohio is still blue. I just want to check on it. About 40%. That's where we were last time. 55. There's a lot of, not as many, though, rural counties to fill in here. And we'll just pull out to the map and we look just really quick. Florida, still close, but the president holding that lead there. Georgia, still close, ways to go. Long way to go in the vote count in Florida. In Georgia, not as much to go in Florida. If you're the president, you're looking at 189,000 in Florida, and you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
206,000 right now. 90% of the vote in Florida is in. Let's check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
All right, well, thanks so much. So there's a lot of blue on the map right now, but of course, it's still very, very early. What are you looking for?
Florida. 90% of the votes counted there. And I want to reiterate on that fact. Are we only speaking about votes from today, or are we talking about votes that was from mail-in ballots? How are those votes counted, Trip?
Right. So there was a lot of initiatives trying to get out the vote on votes with both parties. And for tonight, I'm going to leave out the libertarians. No offense to anyone who voted libertarian. Also, you know, a lot of sentiment there for a lot of people who are voting libertarian. But for time's sake, I want to stick to the two majority parties. But a lot of people do vote. They do early voting. They do absentee ballots. You can actually go in, but that's a state-by-state function. And so some states actually have gone through legal battles earlier on with the administration currently trying to keep it pretty consistent, and they were actually lost that battle. The administration did. So you are going to see some states who are going to get 2 to 3 more extra days, even up to 8 days for some states to still count votes. So you're going to start seeing, you're still going to start seeing a whole bunch of states who are going to, on about 2 to 3 days from now, you'll really get that solidified kind of how many electoral college votes were elected by the state. And that's when you're going to start seeing the court battles and the legal battles. Hopefully we don't see the rioting and the looting that will come from that. But you're going to see a lot of social unrest. But we have to remember that at the end of the day, whoever wins the election, that is the president of the United States, and that we should unite as a nation. I think that's probably the best way to look at this. When we wrap this up, I definitely want to keep it positive. We may have differing opinions, but at the end of the day, once the selection is made, that is going to be the president. A lot of the times when I discuss things with my colleagues, things come up where they say, well, Trump's not my president. Well, if you're a U.S. citizen, Trump is your president. And so, unfortunately, you may not like him because you didn't vote for him. But if at the end of the day, if Biden wins, well, Biden would be my president as a member of, as a citizen of the United States of America. So we should all realize that this is the process. This is what makes our country so great, is the fact that we will hopefully see a smooth transition of power, that we will see if there is one. And also, we're also going to see that there are people who may disagree, but at the end of the day, we are under one United States. And so it's something good to keep in mind. And hopefully there won't be a lot of civil unrest. But at the end of the day, with Florida, Junior, you are kind of what we were discussing earlier. You're seeing Trump pull away. You are seeing all those smaller rural counties come in, and those votes are being counted and allocated. So like what Attorney Winter was saying, as well as what I was saying and Dr. Z was saying, you're even seeing states like Georgia, which Dr. Z originally had predicted would be blue, but you're seeing Trump pull away in Georgia as well, kind of similar to what my prediction was, because you are seeing a lot of those minorities coming out and voting for President Trump. So let's just see what happens as the night unfolds. But you are starting to see also surprises where Biden is leading in Ohio and pulling away in Ohio. So, these are really going to come down to some of those battleground states, and it's going to make a big difference on ultimately who is elected by the American people to run this great nation moving forward.
And just to clarify, the votes that are being counted in Florida does include our early votes. Florida, they've been counting votes leading up to today, so those votes do include. It does include the early voting, Junior.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I want to take a look.
Voting.
I want to take a look at the board. So this is the board right here, right? And more I look at this board, I'm seeing less of a path to victory for Trump, because I already gave Trump Florida, right? And say we even give Trump Georgia. Say we give Trump Georgia, right? Biden is running very, very strong in Ohio right now, and he's at 247, right? And I'm still thinking, I'm giving this here to the Republican, right? Stop me if I'm going wrong. Minnesota, Republican. I mean, sorry, Democrat.
I would, right,
Democrat. He's at 263.
Yeah, I think he wins Wisconsin. And he's definitely winning Iowa.
He's definitely winning Iowa.
In my humble opinion, yes, I do think.
Okay, so Trip,
that's going to be a very key battleground state as well.
Trip, you understand that your candidate just lost. If you're telling me now that he's winning,
he's doing very well in Virginia as well. So you got to count those electoral votes as well in Virginia.
I know, right? So look where
Virginia as well.
And Virginia. Help me out
right
here.
Above North Carolina.
Okay,
right above North Carolina.
Yeah, I already gave that to Biden. So look here.
He's currently doing well currently Trump's doing well in Virginia, I would argue, but you can leave it blue if you like for now, and that's where it goes to show how it's going to be so close.
He's at 269. We still have two battleground states that are not. He could go anywhere. He could go right here.
Texas.
I give Pennsylvania to the Democrat. Are you strong on Pennsylvania, Trip? What's your feeling?
Well, right now he's actually Biden's actually surprised me in Pennsylvania. Right now, there's a lot of votes that were probably, votes that were casted earlier on, but you're also going to see as the night progresses, Pennsylvania kind of balance out, just like originally you saw Biden with the lead in Florida and states like Georgia. But as votes come in, you're going to start to see those states stagnate to a point where it's going to be very, very close. So I was actually overconfident on Pennsylvania and Ohio for Trump. So it's only the night can tell as we progress. But he's also surprised me in Virginia, which you still have marked as blue. But if you want to mark that as red, I mean, we could probably see Ohio and Virginia switching up. So it just kind of depends on how these votes come in. It's going to be a very tight race, which is why my original prediction was that Donald Trump would probably get about 272 to 278, probably 282 to win the electoral. But it's going to be very close. And because you're going to also see those three yellow states you currently have marked, you're going to see one of Wisconsin and Michigan will probably split. I think Biden gets Michigan and Trump gets Wisconsin. But we will only know as the night tells.
Biden
and then you also
let me give Michigan to the Republican. Let me give Michigan to the Republican, right? And Wisconsin to the
Democrat. I don't
Democrat.
think he wins Michigan because of the unions, but I do think he wins Wisconsin with all the civil unrest that's happened up there. So and I believe Wisconsin are getting.
Let's give Trump Wisconsin, and let's give Biden this. Biden won 285.
Right.
And,
if this happens, and you gotta make New
Texas
Hampshire
right now.
Well,
he's doing well in
Texas will stagnate out.
Texas, forget about Texas. Texas will stay red. I ain't even looking at Texas. Texas has come so close, and after it
I'd be surprised.
It just shakes out.
Well, Junior.
Yes.
Well, Junior, you can never discount Texas either, because a lot of people from California are moving to Texas.
Right.
And also that's why I went back to my original point where we have to win. Well, President Trump has to win 2 out of 3 of those Rust Belt states to win. So if he doesn't win Ohio, he's going to be in trouble. But if he can win Pennsylvania and not Ohio, but he definitely wins, because you still have Virginia marked as blue. So when you make that red, you're going to see Biden's count go a little further down. And that's where you're going to start seeing where it's going to get really close to that 272 to 278 mark. If you turn it red, you'll see how close it gets.
No, look. I turned it red. He won.
That's even 9 points away.
Even
that's the thing.
But even if we give Virginia to Trump, Biden's still at 272. So
right, and it's because if he loses Ohio, if President Trump loses Ohio, he has to get 2 out of those 3 Rust Belt states to win the election, and that's where it's going to come down to. He has to win Pennsylvania, he has to win Ohio, but if he loses one of those, he's going to have to win 2 out of the 3 for the Rust Belt, because of the sheer magnitude of the electoral votes coming out of California and New York. You're going to see a lot of those big states like Texas. If he loses Texas, he's in a lot of trouble as well. And what Dr. Z was alluding to earlier, right now you are seeing Texas lean a little blue, but it's still early on in the night. Right now it's only 8:40 Eastern Standard Time. You're still going to start seeing other states come in. And then around 1 o'clock this morning or maybe 11 o'clock at night, you're going to start to see a little more of a clearer picture on how this presidency will go. So it's still very young in the night. I like to not get too overconfident, too prematurely.
Beto.
That's why I'm playing very conservative.
Don't discount him, because he has a great influence. Great influence in Texas. Don't discount him. Beto, that's right. That's right.
Obama won Texas. Obama had flipped Texas, right? So it's not a miracle to say that Biden can win Texas, but for the sake of giving Trump the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to give him Texas, and I don't see how the president could get reelected under this path. If he lose Ohio, that is it, game over.
You're right on that. He has to win Ohio, but look at all these other states. I mean, New Mexico's still in the game. You never know how New Mexico's going to go, or Nevada. I mean, they lean slightly blue, but you just never know. The American people will speak a little later tonight, and I think we'll get a clearer picture. But at this time, based on the map you currently have, you're right. That is a pathway to victory for Biden. However, votes are still being counted. You're also going to see things happen after the election with bunches of, just votes, ballot boxes not being counted. So you're going to see a lot of these numbers change as well, and that's why you're going to be very.
You're assuming that that's going to be the case, kind of like Trump assuming that there's going to be a lot of
man.
fraudulent ballot.
I'm not assuming. I'm basically going off. I'm basically going off of past precedent and what I've seen in the past with these type of historical
Fake
elections,
news.
and when they
There
are
has not been widespread. There has not been widespread voter fraud. There has not been widespread. The only time I hear about that is because when I hear the president speak about it, and various Secretary of State confirm that there have not been an excessive amount of voter fraud. Yeah, it might happen 1%, -1%, but not in great numbers, not millions and millions, as the president say. So that is what I say again is probably like a talking point of the Republicans. But I want you to help me out there, because I want to see your part. If Ohio is off the chart, if Ohio is given to the Democrat, the show is over. We're gone. We're done.
It's still young. It's still young in the night, Junior. I know how people were feeling with the Hillary Clinton and Trump election, where they were getting very, very happy, and you saw a very big meltdown nationally when she lost, and we all woke up the next morning and found out Trump had won. It's still too early in the night to tell, in my opinion. Votes are still being counted, but yes, you're right. If he loses Ohio, that's going to be a very big, difficulty for him to overcome. But votes are still being counted. You're still seeing other states. We really don't know. Maybe Minnesota could go red. You just don't know. And so this is what makes elections so fun, is because things can change and numbers could come out that we didn't anticipate, like we saw with Ohio or with Pennsylvania, or for Dr. Z's matter when she was looking at Georgia and Florida. So it just depends. I mean, you don't know how New Mexico is going to do. I know those electoral numbers are a little smaller than the other states, but those Rust Belt states is where Biden or Trump win their election.
Yeah, Fonde, coming right here. Help me design. Help me creatively design a path here for Donald Trump.
The only thing I'd say, we have to be cautious, very, very cautious about celebrating. Because we've seen this in 2016 when we thought for a fact Hillary Clinton was going to walk into the White House and Trump came out with a win. So I would say we have to be really cautious. I love your map. I think everybody will get excited about the map. But I am not ready. I am not ready to commit to this yet. I really am not. I'm not ready to commit to it because, a lot of people, they say one thing, and when they go to the poll, it's a whole different conversation between themselves and that ballot. So I am not ready to even celebrate or even commit to any kind of this walk by Biden Harris to the White House. I think it's going to be a little bit more complicated. I think we're going to see some surprise states. I know, we're popping in numbers and stuff. I'm cautious. I am not ready to commit to that yet.
Let's take some audio from CNN and see where we are in
Georgia,
Ohio,
before we can tally. Joe Biden is doing what he needs to do impressively, actually, when you look at these places, but we're not at the finish line yet. So you come up here to Durham County. Again, 83% in. Let's see when that election day vote comes in. Does President Trump narrow this gap? That's ouch, right? 82 to 17. If you look at it that way, you go back in time. It was ouch 4 years ago, 80 to 18, right? But again, in a race on the margins, can he get it just a little bit closer? A little bit closer. Even in a place you're not going to win, you got to get it a little bit closer. And then let's pull back out again. Number two, this was it. The Democrats spent a lot of time here. Wake County, second largest county in the state, one of the places that is growing again. You start in the city, you move out to the suburbs, 65, 33, 58, 38, if you round up for the president. Again, this is why it matters. But again, we have to see if it sticks, right? We have to see if it sticks. The Democrats got around the track with the early voting. Now we'll wait for the rest of the election day vote to come in. And one of the things you counter with, you see the open spots, the gray spots, right? These are the smaller, more rural counties. Let's just go back in time. We don't have anything there. This is where Hillary Clinton actually won Chatham County. So that's an opportunity there for the Democrats. If it comes in, we have nothing there so far in a place. Let's come back to 2020 here again. You come over here, you start getting between Asheville and Winston-Salem, right? This is an interesting area. The president tends to run it up in places like this. We don't have anything yet. You come back in time. This was a 68% county 4 years ago. So this is what you want to watch. When the rest of it comes in, these are smaller counties, so it's hard to overcome a big lead, 250,000 votes. When you're at 67%, you're starting to get into the danger zone. But there's room. There's room on this map for the president to certainly narrow it. I want to check one more down here in Fayetteville and bring this out. Cumberland County, again, president did a rally here just the other night, 60 to 38. 56 to 40. Got to get up a little bit more. Again, you say, oh, that's not that much. It can matter in a very close race to narrow those margins. So let's wait to see if the president can get his vote total up, narrow the margins a little bit as we go through it. And again, you're spending extra time on these states because Joe Biden does not need this. Joe Biden can win the presidency without North Carolina. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, the president's math gets near impossible. And let's pull back out because another place, if president lost this, it would be near impossible, but they're feeling pretty good. We're not ready yet. Florida's hard. We wait. We count every last vote. They're feeling pretty good at Trump headquarters about that one. Let me just check up here on Georgia. Still very early here to see where Georgia goes again. You want to build a lead. You always want to build a lead, but we're nowhere near done here.
I want to show two maps. The map where we see some of these blue states right now, that could easily change. But show us the Electoral College map, where things stand right now as far as the projections we've already done.
Right. Okay. So looking at this map, before I walk over to this map here, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, blue.
Right.
That would be something. If in a few hours, when we're a few more espressos in, that would be something. But again, please bear with us and bear with these election officials because they're all doing their job. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans, large counties, small counties, these are amazing people. And so they're counting. They have mail-in votes. They have in-person early voting. They have election day turnout. Turnout is up everywhere. So these volunteers, they're always stressed. And guess what? This year, with more people voting, which is a good thing, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, the work is hard. So some of this votes, I'm sure that's early vote. Democrats tended to vote early. We'll watch what happens. Maybe we'll have some surprises. Fine. That's good too. But what you're seeing right here is preliminary. I just want to come over here right now to just look at this map because the idea is to get to 270. And again, we're waiting on Florida to finish. We're waiting for more election day votes in North Carolina. This is what we know. What we know so far, on the way to 270, Donald Trump has 42, Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far. There are surprises over here, but we don't know if they're going to hold. As I said, some of these states are reporting early, so you have red states that are blue states. This is not a surprise so far. This map is filling in as we expected. The challenge for Joe Biden is to flip, right? This is the president's map 4 years ago. Joe Biden would love to flip this, and this. If he flips two of those three and holds the Clinton states, he's the next president of the United States, and he's competitive. Joe Biden is in a whole lot of other places, including Arizona, maybe in Texas. We're going to watch. So I just come back over here. And again, this map looks, if you're a Democrat, you're celebrating this map because you're leading in Texas, you're leading in Kansas, you're leading in Missouri, you're leading in Ohio. Those words have not been spoken in a very long time on a presidential election night. And there's just be patient at home, though. They're unlikely to. It's unlikely to stand. Just pull out Missouri, for example. It's one of the more conservative states in the country. Joe Biden's ahead right now, but that's early voting. You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're up to about 60% of the estimated vote. We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it? Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map fill in, you have Joe Biden ahead by 216,000 votes in a giant state like Texas. And so you're looking at the map. Again, I just want to go back in time. Most of this is going to fill in red. Most of them are small counties, but it just adds up after a while. So the challenge for the Democrats is where you see the dots, where you see major urban areas, Democrats have to run it up. In the cities, the suburbs around them, a lot of growing suburbs in Texas. You look at Dallas, again, Democrats flipped a House seat here 2 years ago. They hope to build. They think they can even pick up more House seats here, down in the Austin area as well. 66% for Joe Biden right now. You go back in time, 61% for Secretary Clinton. That's where people live. That's what you want to do. Expand what the last Democrat did and grow. So that's so far a building block there. Let's come back to 2020. Move down. Largest county in the state is right here. It's the size of Rhode Island. It would be the 25th largest state if it were a state by itself. Harris County, Houston, and the sprawling suburbs. More than 16% of the vote comes right here, right? There's been a lot of voting here. We know turnout was off the charts here. 789,000 votes for 56% in Harris County, Texas. You go back in time, 707,000 votes, 54%. So turnout is up. Joe Biden's percentage is up. Again, you're nowhere near the finish line in Texas, but those are the building blocks to be competitive and to maybe win. Democrats think there's a House seat down here. They could flip as well. So then you come down here, you come to the other major urban areas. San Antonio, the Latino vote matters here. You're in the city. Then you go to the suburbs, 59% for Joe Biden. This time you go back in time, 54%, 55% if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. The vote totals matter because turnout is up, 319,000 then come up to now. Joe Biden already approaching 400,000 votes. Turnout is up everywhere, which is a great thing. No matter who wins tonight, turnout is up, which is a great thing. And we hope that continues. You come down here, This is where Beto O'Rourke and others in Texas told the Democrats, you want to win the state? Yes, you have to be competitive in Dallas and Houston. Please come down here, try to turn out votes here. Let's see, Joe Biden here is the 19th largest county, Webb County, 59%. Go back in time, 74%. So let's see, this could be a place where you're looking at the end of the night. Is this a place where Joe Biden underperforms Hillary Clinton? We'll watch that as we go through it. In Texas, again, a lot of votes to count. Wolf, or look in Austin as well. Williamson County above it. And Travis County here. Joe Biden running it up where a Democrat needs to, but a long way to go to count in Texas. And remember, it's not just about the presidency. There's a Senate race there. There are a couple House races there. Democrats think they have a chance to take back the House, the Texas State House. We'll see. A lot of business to do still.
We certainly will. We're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern when the last polls.
All right. Texas. Is this really probable? Is this really look as if it's going to happen tonight, guys? What's your feeling, Trip?
So I actually lived in Texas. I lived in Harris County. I lived in Houston, and I understand how Texas is. Predominantly, it's just going to be the same scenario, in my humble opinion, based on my experience being involved in the political process and actually living in that state. Most people there are also red. You're going to see similar things like you saw in the Panhandle in Florida, where right now all the early voting is coming in, and usually, historically, Democrats are usually voting with the early votes because they trust the process for it. However, Republicans, you'll tend to see, are very worried about voter suppression and things of that nature. So you see a lot of those votes that were made that day of the election coming in at a later time. So there's some hardworking people right now in all these states who are counting all these votes and rallying all the tallies up. But when you look at Texas, it's such an interesting state because you're absolutely right. Beto O'Rourke lost by such a narrow margin to Senator Ted Cruz. So it is a cause for concern for Republicans in the near future and future elections, as you see people from California trying to evade those high taxes out of California and a Democratic-led state, and then move over more to a conservative state. But they're bringing a lot of their votes with them, and they're still same mindset, the Democrat mindset. So you are seeing demographics change in Texas. Another thing from an immigration standpoint, which I look forward to seeing what Attorney Winter will talk about, but those border towns there, kind of on the border of Texas, is very important. And not to steal your thunder, Attorney Winters, but just wanted to kind of talk about those border towns real quick. Yeah, I'm going to keep it real short, though, because I know you're going to go into it. But it's very important because what you see in Texas is it's a double-edged sword. You see a lot of people whose businesses are affected by immigration, positively or negatively. That all comes down to the voter. So they're going to vote usually pretty conservative based on how they feel border security should be. And then so that's going to counterbalance the Democrats who live on those border states, primarily large Hispanic communities who tend to vote along those border states very democratically oriented in how they vote. But then you're also seeing a subset of a subset of Hispanics who are kind of tired of what's going on down there, and they will vote Republican. So it's very interesting to see kind of the dynamics, kind of what's going down in South Florida and comparing it to what's going on at the southern border of Texas. And so I'll let Attorney Winter kind of speak more on that. But Texas is still, all those other small counties in the aggregate overall, very in northern Texas, closer towards Oklahoma and Arkansas, are going to vote red. And you will eventually see an early lead in Texas for the Democrats. But like I said, it's still too early to decide. But Texas, all those super rural counties are going to add up. And the momentum there for President Trump is huge. Trump has been there many, many times with his rallies and debates. The feeling is very good there for Texas. But those border towns and that southern border of Texas is going to decide kind of how close Biden gets to winning Texas. So just food for thought that I thought I'd bring up, that there's a lot of cultural context type things going on. There's a lot of things with our border security and a lot of things with immigration policy down there that could differ from someone who lives in the Rust Belt, or about manufacturing and things of that nature and fracking and things like that. So every state has their own type of interest in mind, kind of how we were talking about economy with Florida. Well, for Texas, a lot of it is border security. So that could impact the voter turnout. And like what that gentleman was saying, Wolf Blitzer on CNN, is that there is a large voter turnout. So which is unprecedented. So it could possibly change in favor for Biden, but something to just take a quick look at as the night progresses.
And I absolutely agree. When you look at the towns like El Paso, San Antonio, where we have large migrant populations, that could go either way because residents of those towns are big on border safety, border security, right? So we could see some of those towns, of course, voting for President Trump. When we go to rural Texas, of course, that's going to be President Trump as well. As for the Hispanic votes, it's always intriguing to me because you'll have the Hispanics that will go either Republican or Democratic. Hispanics at the border, I could see them going more Democratic. All the Hispanics that are living in those border towns like the El Paso and because they're very much affected, whether it's their husband that was deported under the Trump administration or, a family member that was deported. So I could see a lot of those Hispanic voters or the wives of some of our immigrants that were deported. I could see them voting Democratic.
Yeah. I think immigration plays a big role in what we're seeing in Texas. I'm listening to CNN there, and it looks as if the hold might be a bit strong for the Democrats for Biden in Texas, and I'm just watching it very closely because that's not even a state that he needs. He doesn't need Texas. Texas is like,
traditionally red
gravy. It's traditionally red. It's gravy for him. You don't really as we saw on the map. He doesn't need Florida, and he absolutely doesn't need Texas. But he's running up the numbers in Texas, and they're close to 40 something, close to 50%. This have to be very worrying, and I know that you have to leave us in a little while, Trip. But this has to be very worrying for a president in the war room right now, looking at what's happening in Texas, looking at what possibly happening in Ohio. It looks as
it's not worrying at all, just because the votes still haven't came in yet, all of them, and it's still early voting that's being counted, and you're not taking into account all the voters who came out on election day from the Republican Party. It's way too early to decide. This is how generally elections generally go when it goes district by district. But right now, the poll workers and everyone who's working counting these votes, these are all early votes that are coming in. I historically believe that Democrats usually win those votes. However, you see the influx of votes coming in later that for the people who voted the same day, like on November 3rd. And when those get counted, you're going to see a big wave of Republican votes coming in to kind of narrow that margin. And so it's still not said and done, and it's not over until the fat lady sings, like they always say, and kind of what that gentleman who said earlier, you can pick whatever you want, but the show's not over yet. It's absolutely true. At the end of the day, this is still going to go on all night. We won't really know what's going on until probably 11 to 11:30, where we're going to get a kind of a more better look at what's the actual electoral picture. You can look at maps all day and look at the popular votes being generated, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the electoral votes. And right now, if you look at the electoral map, Trump is winning the electoral vote 42 to 30, and all the votes still haven't even been counted yet. So just food for thought to see that, why we should not be celebrating too much earlier, because you just never know what could happen. Both sides could come in different states with a huge margin of votes, and we still haven't even calculated votes from the state of California and Oregon. So those you'll eventually see the Biden get a lead here in the near future once the West Coast starts shutting down their poll stations and that next wave happens. Then you'll start to see all the different Midwest states also voting Republican to kind of narrow that electoral map. So just things to consider. It's still very early, but let's see what happens.
All right, thank you, Trip, and we thank you for joining us.
Junior.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Z.
Junior, let me just say something there. One of the things that bothers me, and it has been bothering me for a few days, is the way that the president has been working to try to suppress the votes. And if he was not worried, he would not be doing that. Going wrong, and I'm going to use my pastoral hat right now. We've been praying a lot that this will be over, because the world, again, I'm going to say it, the world is looking at America. We need to do what is necessary, and I hope we did it, because we have no other chance. It should have been done. If it was done, kudos for us. If not, as Tripp says, if the presidential race becomes where President Trump wins again, we have to sit down and realize, okay, he is our president. But I'm praying that it will be President Biden.
Okay. All right. Trip, thanks again. I hope you could probably take a rest and come back a little later. I don't know, but you were great. Being us, giving us a kind of balance, counterbalance in the conversation here, and giving your point of view. We appreciate it, Trip. Hopefully, we could have some discussion again sometime soon, and we appreciate your time, Trip.
Well, thank you so much. I just really appreciate y'all for having me. And I hope that with my presence being here was more to kind of educate viewers of kind of seeing it from both sides. Sometimes I feel like if we surround ourselves with the same type of people who have the same perspectives, we sometimes don't understand, which causes us to be more emotional in our rebuttals and our responses. But when you try to actually have these conversations, these very tough conversations, especially on, election night where things are very testy and people feel and the confidence and the attitudes and the positivity that people like Dr. Z, yourself, Junior, and Attorney Winter bring to the table. Because at the end of the day, an election will ultimately affect our lives, yes, but at the end of the day, we're all Americans. We should all look at this as a way to kind of get better no matter what president wins, and just continue to do great things and work with each other so that America can stay on top and continue to be that nation that most people want to immigrate to. So I'll end it on that. I'll definitely I'll be driving, so I'll still be checking in and observing y'all's video and kind of everything what's going on. But just want to say a big thank you. No matter who wins tonight, we're all American. We all love this country, and let's act like it. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for your time. And I look forward to being back on your show if given the opportunity. Thank you again.
Let me extend my thank you, Trip, before you go, because you always answer the call. And you're absolutely right. I think most people don't want to talk to somebody who does not share their beliefs, which make them just as bad as the person they're criticizing. Because if they can only see one side of the coin, no, it does not make sense. So I really want to thank you for joining us. I always enjoy our conversation. And, we're more alike than we think.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Trip. While we were talking there, while you were speaking, they just made a key announcement that Biden just won New York, and that was not surprise.
No surprise there. Mm-hmm.
No surprise. New York.
It's not a surprise.
Traditionally blue.
Yeah, that's no surprise there.
For if it went the other way, it would be very, very surprising. But it's actually blue. New York.
And that's the president's home state.
Yeah. Well, former home state.
Former home state. The president's former home state.
Let's take some audio from CNN.
Impressive 281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1% in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 14% of the vote is in, but Biden has what looks like a comfortable lead right now, 353,000 vote lead over Trump, 66.8% to 32.4% in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, look at this, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains a lead. It's close in Texas. He has a lead of about 84,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these four states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there, 183,000 vote lead over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now. So I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now. And we'll start in Ohio, but then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now. And we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio. And the more of this is starting to fill in, right? But I just want to show you 2016. You see all this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up. But as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go, about 53% here. But again, this is impressive. And it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday. Some Democrats were worried, should that time be spent somewhere else? But he went here. He went to Cleveland to turn out the vote right now. And again, we still have some more votes to come from Cuyahoga County. So if you're a Democrat, that's impressive. The question is, when the later votes come in, do you keep that margin? How much can you grow it? Can you maintain it? Because it's absolutely critical. By far, this is your number one vote center in the state of Ohio. You want to run up the vote. Again, I keep watching the suburbs here are up to 61% of the vote. It's close. It's close. It's a moral victory, but it's also a little bit of the math, right? The Democrats want to expand in the suburbs. If you can pick up 1,000 votes anywhere in a place as tight as Ohio, you try to do it. So let's move out of Ohio. One place that's been red for a long time, people from home probably asking what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It has become more of a blue state. But look, the president has a healthy lead right now, 57%. That's not insignificant at all. However, I just want to make the point. This is where the votes are in Virginia. You come up here, Fairfax County, by far the largest county in the state, only about 15% of the vote in so far. So we're waiting on that. You come over here to Alexandria, also waiting for votes. So Virginia red at the moment, Wolf. A lot of places where Democratic votes are that we haven't received them yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting night.
Yeah, Northern Virginia, very, very critical in the state of Virginia. We have two more projections right now. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey, will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump beats Biden in Arkansas. He will win Arkansas 6 electoral votes. Trump wins in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. Biden is still ahead. He has 73 electoral votes as of right now. Trump has 48. Remember, you need 270 needed to win the presidency. 73 to 48 right now. The electoral map is obviously the most important.
It is, and at the moment, it is filling in.
Funday and Dr. Z, all of this stuff is what was expected so far, right? Predictable outcome so far. But Ohio, it seems like Biden is doing what he's supposed to do in Cincinnati, the high populated, densely populated area in Ohio. And if he continue on that path, it will be very hard, almost impossible for the president to win the total of 270 electoral votes if he did not or he don't win Ohio. Do you think that with the 56% poll, how comfortable you guys feel about that so far?
I think it's still too early to call for Ohio. I think
it's still too early.
It's way too early, Junior. It's way too early. I never get into the habit of calling these races so early. I think we may get a little surprise. We might get a little county in Ohio that has not been counted yet, that is predominantly red, that could kind of help swing some of that. So I think Ohio is too early to call.
Yeah. And Texas still looking pretty 80-something percent.
I think that might be,
Mm-hmm. All right, let's open up the phone lines and take some calls.
I said when it reaches where 80-something percent is counted,
Yeah. 718-701-5720, guys. I want to get your input. Let's know where you're monitoring. I want to know where you guys are watching and where you guys are monitoring. What are you looking at? And what are some of your projections? And what are you seeing? What are you hearing? So this is the number that you could call us, 718-701-5720. That's live on air right now, 718-701-5720. We're going to be here to crunch the numbers. And we want you guys to stay with us and participate with us. Keep us up. It's going to be a long night. 718-701-5720. That's our number, 718-701-5720. Dr. Z, you're in Pennsylvania, right, currently?
I think we just lost her.
We just lost her.
We just lost Dr. Z.
Yeah.
There she goes.
No. I'm here. I'm here.
You're in Pennsylvania, right?
I'm here.
How is it turnout?
That's right.
How is it turnout in Pennsylvania when you travel down the street? How people reacting? Are you seeing more Trump sign than Biden? How does it look in Pennsylvania?
It depends on the area you go to. There are some areas where it's like pure Trump. And there have been some things going on in Pennsylvania where the people who put out their Biden-Harris signs, if they leave it out overnight, the next morning it's gone. So you have people having to actually take their signs and put it inside and then put it out the next day. It's crazy. In Pennsylvania, it's crazy. But they're so, look, I drove down the road today and the lines, even though there were thousands, hundreds of thousands who had already voted, the lines that you see, that I saw today with people there to vote, it was just astronomical. I'm like, where did all these people come from? You know, it's really a battleground state, and I am hoping that that Biden wins his hometown. I really hope so.
Yeah, and again, he doesn't need it. If he win it, it's addition, but he doesn't need it as much as the president
It's a plus.
needs Pennsylvania.
And he was,
That's right.
and he was in Pennsylvania today. Biden was. It was one of his last stops before he headed back to his home state of Delaware. So he did do a little swing by, a little drive by, I guess, in the hopes of getting some of those additional votes. So we'll see if
with his two granddaughters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anthony DeRiggs is saying that keep our eye on Ohio, North Carolina. Biden is doing better than Hillary Clinton, but it's early. It's going to be a long night. And it's true. It seems in Ohio, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton 2016.
A long night. Yeah.
He's doing better than Hillary in 2016, which again, I think we could safely say and call the show to an end, Funday, and that would be if we see Ohio goes to Biden, end of the night. I'm wrapping up. I'm going to have lunch.
Ohio, North Carolina.
I haven't had dinner. You mean?
Yeah.
But we may
Ohio and North Carolina, if we see them go.
Yeah, that's it. Funday, what you were saying?
No, I was saying I'm not so quick yet. Even if he doesn't take, if the president doesn't take Ohio, I'm still not too ready to say it's all over. I'm not. I don't know why. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, but we could go back to the map, right? Again,
let's go back to the map.
I say that Biden is like in a restaurant with 10 different menus. So much to choose from. He could pick and choose. He could not eat chicken, he could eat fish. He could not eat pork, he could eat lamb or something. But the president his path to victory is so narrow, he could only order corn. That's it. It looks pretty bad. It looks pretty bad for him right now. Because give him Florida, give him Texas, he is still very narrow. It's still very narrow. And it's hard to, nothing is impossible.
And it's early, but Junior, it's super, super early.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some of those surprise states. We're going to have some of those states that we think they were traditionally blue. They might go red. We don't know. So and that's why I'm saying we have to be cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hear what John King is saying.
Johnny English.
He said we need a lime and lemon and
English wants we will take it, Johnny. We'll take it.
We'll take it. Let's go back to some audio from CNN.
If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate for Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet, but Joe Biden needs to do well out here. He's got to win Allegheny County. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red out here, right? Let's just pick Westmoreland County here. Joe Biden does not need to win Westmoreland County, but you see the 64 right there. When this comes in, we don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40, it's better. It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact that Joe Biden is performing so well right now in these parts of Ohio bodes well for this part of Pennsylvania. But again, we'll count them as they come in. And just you pull out again, North Carolina is still blue. That Ohio and North Carolina, the later in the night we get, if Ohio and North Carolina stay blue, That is a warning shot straight into the Trump campaign headquarters. The president's at the White House tonight, up to 78% right now. It's come down some. It's 126,000 now. It was 160 earlier. It's starting to come down a little bit. That's the election day vote coming out. But you're up to 78%. You see it's 50-48. That's closer too. That's closer too. This is why we wait. This is why we count. The early vote had Biden ahead. It's closer, but we're still watching. I just want to see where we are. 82% Wake County. We have more vote to come. Again, does it get closer? 65-33, 58-38. You see the difference there? The question is, as we get the rest of it, can the president narrow this gap? He's not going to win Wake County. That's not the point. The point is, can he get closer? And those would be Republican votes out here in the suburbs. Same when you get up to Durham County. That's nuts, 82-17. Again, Secretary Clinton won this big too, 80-18. President needs to narrow that gap. That is the repudiation of the suburbs there. And you come back in. I just want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, number one. That's the largest. By number one, I mean most populous county. This is where the most votes are, Charlotte and the suburbs. 68% to 31% when you round it up. You come back again. Again, Joe Biden overperforming here. We have a ways to go in North Carolina. That's 2016. We come to 2020. We've got a little ways to go, Wolf, but it's getting interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We have two more projections right now. I take a look at this. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut. He beats Trump in Connecticut. He wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota, 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Biden has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's go back to John King. John, I'm really anxious to take a look at Georgia right now, see where things stand in Georgia. Update our viewers.
So we're looking at Georgia 2020 right here. A healthy lead for the president right now, 322,000 votes, 58-40. A little more than a third of the estimated vote in. Democrats thought this was a state where they could be competitive. There are 2 Senate races at play here. One could be settled tonight, one likely to go to a runoff. We'll see how those play out as well. But that's what makes this state even more important. You have a presidential race. The balance of power in the Senate could also hinge on those 2 races in Georgia. So where are we right now? If you look at that, 36% in, that's a pretty comfortable lead for the president. The question is, what is still to come in this night that's a little different than previous election nights because of the mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting, but we'll watch it play out. So let's look. One of the things we've been looking at throughout the night is the president outperforming. He is in some counties right there. This one tells you this one's important when you look at them. They're all important, obviously. You like every vote you can get, but right here in DeKalb County outside of Atlanta, the president, now he's getting, you see, it's very early. So I say it's important. It's important if it stays that way. You see that vote count right there is pretty low. It's important if it stays that way. Is the president underperforming anywhere in Georgia? Well, early on, I suspect I'm going to find the same thing, but I'm going to look in these counties here. The question is how much of the vote is in? Not much. Fulton County is Atlanta. One of the reasons, so Donald Trump has a comfortable lead right now in Georgia. Well, we don't have many votes out of the single largest county in Georgia. So that's one of the reasons we're going to keep looking at this state. The Democrats believe it's much more competitive than these numbers tell you are right now. So I say the president's underperforming there. Let's check in later in the night. There's not that many votes there right now. So we don't know enough. Let's see, is Biden outperforming Clinton anywhere? Again, it says he is up here. Very preliminary vote count, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. We come down here and let's see. It's also really preliminary if you look at the vote counts. We have a long way to go in Georgia. You just go back and look at the count now. She won that county with 62,290 votes, and we're at 23 right now. We know turnout is up everywhere. So that tells me when you go through it, we're overperforming, underperforming. We'll check in on it later in the night. Right now, the vote counts are pretty small, so it's hard to know whether it's significant or not. But we got a long way to go. This is where most of the votes are right here. It's a big state. It's an important. I'm not saying the other places are unimportant, but this is where most of the votes in Georgia are, right up here in Atlanta and the suburbs. So you start in Fulton County, you pull it out. I'm going to get rid of the telestration so it doesn't distract anybody. This right here, 10% of the vote. We don't have much in yet. All right, then you move over here, Cobb County, about 30% of the vote in. That's good for Joe Biden. If you're winning by that margin out there in the suburbs, you come back there. It was much more competitive. Again, suburbs, one of the biggest stories in America right now, American politics as they shift. Move over back to Fulton. You come to the suburbs to the east. Gwinnett, 15%. Again, a long way to go. So you see this, a lot of this is early vote, tends to be disproportionate Democrat. So you look there, you switch back, 51%. If it holds up, that's significant. You're overperforming Clinton there. but we're very preliminary when it comes to Georgia. So we want to wait and see how that plays out. I just want to pull out the map again just to see what else has changed. Texas has gone red. Remember earlier we had Texas blue for a while, starting to fill in some counties here. 66%, 1,300 votes in a state like Texas. So it's very competitive. A lot of these states are more competitive this time. And again, that's part of the story. This was not a close state 4 years ago, almost a 10-point race there, 807,000 votes, 4.6 million won it. Come back here just to look where we are, 3.8. We know turnout is up. So we have a ways to go in the state of Texas as we count through it. Just want to pull out and look at some more. Again, we don't expect Kansas to be blue at the end of the night, but there's a Senate race out there. Let's just watch. About 40% of the vote in. Where is it right now? It's coming mostly from here. You can see Riley County, Manhattan, Kansas. Fantastic military base out there. You come out here, you pull out. I want to check in here again because this is it right now. I mean, no offense to any other state. If Ohio stays, that would be the ball game, but we're still at 58% there. Just want to pull back out as we look. Just check down here to see if we've gotten any higher. We're up to 93% in Florida. By Florida standards, if this holds, a 3-point race, that's a big win by Florida standards, not in many states perhaps, but we'll see. We have a ways to go still in Florida as well. Just pulling out and looking. Again, these are the two that jump out at you right now. I know Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red. People looking, their votes are early there. We don't know enough about them. Let's just look. There's some, I suspect this is very early vote out in Colorado. You see that coming in there. Joe Biden up comfortably. We expect that one to stay blue. So Wolf, I'm a broken record. Well, you see it just had some votes pop up in Wisconsin, but very few. So you see President Trump, 2,300 vote lead early in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all places where we expect to get sort of distorted results. Some states only election votes, some counties only election day votes, then early votes. We'll figure it all out. These ones are going to take a while. But again, North Carolina blue, Ohio blue, this time of the night, that makes it interesting.
Michigan and Wisconsin, pretty early right now.
Yes.
We see they're red,
yes.
But what, 17% of the vote is in Michigan. Trump is ahead by 200,000 votes.
17% of the vote is in, and you have the president of the United States leading Wayne County right now. That's not going to happen. We don't know what
3% of the vote.
Right. We don't know what the margin's going to be in the end, but the president of the United States is not going to win Wayne County. No offense to the president of the United States, but that's just not going to happen. So that's how you just know this is one of those nights where, because of the different ways people voted, mail-in, in-person early, election day, there's going to be some distortions, if you will, some disruptions in the force. The main point is we'll look early on because they're all votes. We'll look at them early on. The key is where are we a couple hours from now? And in some of these states, where are we tomorrow and the day after? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Is that by the end of the night tonight, we could have some people saying we should be done? No. Legally cast ballots can be counted, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday, if necessary Thursday. You have good people doing this in every state across the country. So when anyone says we're done, listen to your Secretary of State, listen to your county election officials. They'll tell you when we're done. Coming back to this again, just because I'm fascinated by it, this is a statement right now, again, win or lose, Joe Biden is making Ohio competitive and making Republicans in Ohio nervous tonight and making people at the Trump campaign nervous tonight. I know you've spoken to him frequently during the COVID crisis. Governor DeWine was on our air earlier today saying he thought the president would squeak it out. There's still time. There's time to squeak it out. But that would be the ultimate statement right there. I just want to check in on Virginia again, because if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, which is in Northern Virginia, you're looking at this and you're thinking, can that be real? I suspect, this is a state, when I started doing this, it was a Republican state. Then it became a purple state. It's considered a blue state now. Again, we're waiting. This is the biggest dump of votes right here. And we've seen this in previous campaigns, including the presidential election in 2016, Senate races in Virginia, governor's races in Virginia. The Republican candidate gets ahead. And then in Northern Virginia and down here, the Democratic vote comes in late. But we'll watch. It's interesting to watch. North Carolina is interesting. Maybe Virginia is interesting as well. That's why we count them. We'll go through. We're up to 80% here, 79%. Again, we're waiting for more of that election day, right? This is why the president did all these rallies late, waiting for the election day surge. But if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, let me come back out to the map. You're happy? The red's down here. North Carolina blue, Ohio blue at this hour. Makes you nervous, Wolf.
All right, there's much more ahead as more polling places close.
Funday,
it is early. I'm telling you, look at Texas.
Yeah.
It's way too early. I think what people don't realize is the amount of counting that's going on tonight. We have over 100 million votes were cast during the early voting process. Plus, we're talking about mail-in ballots, plus provisional ballots. We haven't even begun to have that conversation yet. So it's not surprising if the election is not even called tonight. remember, in states like Arizona, they can count for under state law because election is state law. So under state law, they can continue counting until the supervisor of elections say it's okay to call this race. You have lots of ballots that are still coming in, lots that will need to be counted. So it's going to be, I see you pulling up your magic map again, Junior. It's going to be it's going to be a long night. It is going to be an absolutely long night.
Yeah, well, I'm pulling up my map. Go ahead, Dr. Z.
That's the truth, because you see, a lot of people are listening to the president. They're listening to the president, and he says, "Okay, after tonight, that's it." But that's not it. Dione is right. The states control that, and if the states say that they can count until Friday, as long as it's postmarked by today, then that's what's going to happen. And he can pull up the amount of lawyers he wants. You can have 10 lawyers waiting. They still have to wait until all those ballots are counted. And we have to understand that there were so many people voting early this year, unlike other election years, that what we're seeing now, yes, in Florida, they started counting early, and we know that Florida total is good. But in a lot of the other states, they only were allowed to start counting from this morning, and they have a lot of ballots to still count.
Yeah. Funday, let's go back to the map. Oh boy, because listen, the numbers don't lie, and I'm looking at the numbers. Tripp is still in the comment, and he's giving us some insights. He's saying that Texas is going to stay red. Okay, no problem. Texas red, no problem. With his 38 electoral votes, goes to the president.
What about Georgia? What color Florida? Well, Florida would, all right, let's leave Florida red.
Florida is at 93%, right? So Florida stays red. Okay. Georgia goes to the president.
Yes.
South Carolina, North Carolina goes to the president.
Virginia
is surprising because I think Biden is leading in Virginia at the moment, but we give it to the president.
Yeah.
Right.
I think there's still there's still a couple counties to come in Virginia that could cause that to swing either way, but you're giving that to the president.
I give that to the president.
Okay.
Right? So already we have Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a battleground state.
Biden is holding strong in Pennsylvania.
Strong in Pennsylvania. So we give that to Biden. We have New York already projected. We have New Jersey already projected. That's done.
Delaware,
Biden's home state.
Already give that to Biden.
District of Columbia.
District of Columbia, DC. I gave that to Vermont. I gave that to Biden also. But here is a very interesting one right here, guys. Here is the interesting one right here. Ohio. That is where it gets very, very interesting, guys. Ohio.
And Biden is leading in Ohio.
Biden is leading in Ohio.
Biden is leading in Ohio with, I think, 53% of the votes. I forgot what amount.
Column you have it in right now?
Right now, I have it in Biden's column.
Biden.
Right. I have Ohio in Biden's column. I have Pennsylvania in Biden. Biden is leading by 70-something points.
Yeah.
Biden, Pennsylvania is a battleground state, and I really think that is going to go to Biden. And Trump needs Pennsylvania. Trump needs Pennsylvania, and he also needs Ohio. Now, Pennsylvania is right next to Ohio, and Pennsylvania happened to be Biden's hometown, right? So, you say that most likely we'll give it to him.
Let's give Pennsylvania to Biden.
Right. Where do the president go to make
Where does he go next?
Where does he go
what
next?
about Michigan? How is he holding out in Michigan?
All right, we could check that.
Let's give Michigan, hypothetically speaking, let's give Michigan to the president.
Okay, Michigan goes red. Then he win.
That could be what, because those three states, those Rust Belt states, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. That could be, so Michigan, if the president were to take Michigan, that could be a problem for Biden.
Michigan. So Michigan is the key.
And Michigan is still in play.
Who's leading in Michigan?
Let me check my notes.
So that's his path right there. Guys, if you're seeing what we're seeing and you want to comment, give us a call, 718-701-5720. That's 718-701-5720. We're watching the map live, and we're looking at the narrow path to victory right here, and it goes to Michigan. If Biden wins Ohio, Pennsylvania, and everything else, of course, California, and everything
unless we get some surprises out west, which I doubt it. I doubt we're going to see any huge surprises when the West Coast closes.
Yeah. So the president, Michigan is the key for the president right now. If he lose Pennsylvania and he lose Ohio, Michigan is the key.
He would need Michigan.
He would need Michigan. And I don't know if anyone could see, anyone looking at
CNN
or anyone on the channel. Tell me where is Michigan right now? Where's Michigan right now? Anybody could update me on where's Michigan right now in terms of who's leading and how much votes, by how much, what's the margin in Michigan? Because that is, and I didn't pay attention to that. I didn't pay attention to Michigan. And I know Tripp is watching and he's like, yeah, Michigan. Let's see. Let's go to CNN and see what they're saying about Michigan. Let's see what they're saying about Michigan and any updates on Michigan right now.
Or 270 is the goal. You see the Joe Biden lead. This is why you look at the big states. The big states are what get you the lead. Joe Biden has New York, right? That's why Florida, Texas, California will be blue at the end of the night. So that's why battlegrounds like Florida, Texas this year, Ohio, that's why they're so important, because they're big chunks. You want to, that's the best way to get there is to build big. Pennsylvania, the biggest of the blue wall states. So if you're looking at this map right now, there are no surprises so far on this map. Again, if you come over here, I just want to pull out 1 second, ask Brian to take a peek here. If you look at the 2020 map right now, we have Ohio blue right now. We have North Carolina blue right now. So let's come back over here and explain the significance of that, because we're at 89-54. You come back to the Trump map 4 years ago, right? Nothing has changed so far in the blue states. So far, Joe Biden is winning the Clinton states. The red states we've given to the president are states we expected him to win. But if you look at the map where we have it right now, and if that stays, right there, you get Donald Trump down to 273 and Joe Biden up to 265. So you're thinking, you have a scenario here where with just one more state, right? Just pick a state. There's 2 congressional districts here and here. That could get Joe Biden to 267. But you could get to 270 with just Michigan. Donald Trump somehow holds on to Michigan. Just Wisconsin.
Through Michigan. So are you gonna pay me now, Junior?
Yeah. From 2016, you could get, if you're Joe Biden, to 270 by flipping Arizona as we move west later in the night. This is the dynamic of the night. Joe Biden has more options. The menu to him gives him more options, especially if Ohio is competitive and North Carolina is competitive, and he's leading in those states right now. That is the challenge. President Trump has a much more narrow path to re-election as he tries to defend this map. And the Ohio and North Carolina early results, we're not there yet. They're all the more significant because we do know heading into the final days. And again, 2016, president was behind. He roared back. Election day turnout overwhelmed Hillary Clinton's lead in the polls. Joe Biden's lead in the polls was bigger this time. It was bigger in Michigan. It was bigger in Wisconsin. It was bigger in Pennsylvania. So there was a path for Joe Biden to win without Ohio, without North Carolina, without Georgia or Arizona. Joe Biden has more options on the map, which is why in the Trump campaign headquarters right now, you're looking at Florida, you're happy. We're not done yet. You're looking at Florida and you think, okay, we're doing pretty well, but you're looking at Ohio and you're looking at North Carolina, and I'll just move over here and do it. And that's what you're looking at, because you can't afford to lose. You don't want to give up anything from your 2016 map, but if you're going to give up anything from your 2016 map, you certainly don't want to give up 2 of your bigger prizes, which would be Ohio in North Carolina. Again, we're not there yet. And again, right now, Trump's leading in Virginia. So if there are trade-offs, if you give something up, if you lose in North Carolina, you get it back by taking Virginia. I just want to say, though, people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that has been trending blue, and here's the but. And this is the anomaly of tonight. We're getting different results at different times in these different states. So we have a lot of Democratic votes still to come in. Fairfax County is the biggest. I was looking at some of the other ones early. A lot of Democratic votes still to come in. We'll watch it. It's interesting. Right? Maybe it's going to be closer than we thought. Maybe there's a Trump surprise there. We'll keep looking at it, but there's a lot of Democratic votes out still. So I suspect Virginia may change in a little bit. So we come down to North Carolina. Look at that lead, 85,000 now. What was the question earlier? We were 140 at one point, down to 113. Now we're down to 85,644. We told you early on the Biden big lead early was based on early votes. We know Democrats disproportionately voted early.
Vote early.
For protection reasons, Democrats encouraged them to do so. And then Trump, all his rallies, what was the goal? Impressive, overwhelming election day turnout. That's what the president wanted. Is he getting it? We're up to 80%. We shall see. Right? 50.3 to 48.5, a much closer race in a state that is a 50-50 battleground. North Carolina may be the most competitive state in American politics. Maybe Florida is a close second. But when you look at the demographics of North Carolina, it is perhaps the most competitive state in American politics right now. Cumberland County, 57%, 90%. You get to this point, 90% of the estimated vote. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking, how much more can I get out of this? If you're a Republican, you're thinking, can I just narrow the margins a little bit? 57.5, let's go back in time, 56.7, right? So you don't think that's a lot, right? 71,000 votes then, 16-point race. You come back here, 17-point race. Look at the turnout everywhere in America. And this is a good thing, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. Look at that number right there. All right? In every county we're looking at, almost every county we're looking at, a higher vote total winning this time. That's a good thing. No matter who wins the election tonight, that's a good thing. More Americans came out and participated in the election. So we'll come there. Let's look at Wake County. That's Hillary Clinton then. That's Joe Biden now, from 58 to 65. That's a big deal. 355,000 votes, 302,000 votes, 53,000 more votes in the Democratic column there. Let's look at the president's numbers from 2016. 196, you come forward, 179. So higher turnout in this county. The president's not. He's got a ways to go, 80% there. We'll see if he can narrow the gap. And again, you're looking at these blue areas. You see the dots in the middle. These are your urban areas. This is all around America. Democrats run it up in the urban areas. The question then is, how do the Republicans do in the suburbs? He's getting shellacked. The president's getting shellacked there, as he did 4 years ago. He's getting beat here. Wolf, just one more. I just want to look quickly. Mecklenburg County, Charlotte in the suburbs. This is the most populous county in the state. 68 to 31 when you round up. 63 to 33. Again, doesn't seem like a lot. In a place that has the most votes in the state, that matters.
Yeah, 87% of the vote in that county out there. Let's check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at North Carolina as well.
I am indeed. Well, first, I just want to show you this board here. These are the states that Joe Biden is leading in that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So in North Carolina, as you were just discussing with John, he's got a 1.77 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, he's got just over a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. 3 states that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Let's look at North Carolina and look at what's going on there. What you see the state of play right now, you see that Joe Biden has 2.385 million votes compared to Donald Trump's 2.301. He's ahead with 80% of the estimated vote in. But here's what we have to look out for. All those big Democratic counties John was just talking about, it is mostly early vote. So look, of this 80% of the vote that's in, 90% of it right now in North Carolina statewide is early vote. We think that's going to come down. We think that at the end of the night, 75% of the total North Carolina vote will be early vote. So right now, the early vote is helping Joe Biden. But as more election day vote comes in North Carolina, Donald Trump may be able to benefit from that. So we just got to keep watching as those votes come in North Carolina. All
right, David, thank you very much. North Carolina, it's really
what jumps out. What jumps out?
80% of the vote is in. Biden's
what jumps out so far?
To now 84,000.
And Dave,
All right. So for me, I want to talk about Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. That's a huge, huge immigrant community. And that's one of the larger counties in North Carolina, Mecklenburg County. I think, and I do believe we're going to see a lot of votes going for the president in Mecklenburg County. They're tough on immigration. He's done a lot of campaigning throughout North Carolina. So I think as the night goes on, that lead that Biden is having, that's going to shrink. That definitely is going to shrink. I don't know if Biden will take North Carolina or Trump will take it, but it's not going to be. It's as you can see, it's 50-48.
Yeah,
I think it's going to shrink as the night goes on. It's very close, very, very, very close.
What we look at North Carolina, you said?
North Carolina, yes.
Okay, so let's take a look and see where we have North Carolina on our map.
Right now, Biden is living in North Carolina. We gave that to Trump.
We gave that to Trump.
We gave it to Trump.
Right. So that's not even on the
it's not even on the blue. Okay, I thought we had it blue because I was like, oh,
we had
even
it.
though Biden is leading, but we gave that. Let's give that to Biden and see what the numbers look like. Then we have a much bigger lead.
287.
Mm-hmm.
How much percent of the votes counted in North Carolina?
They're at 90. I think 90%.
90%?
No, not 90%. Maybe 80%.
Something
counted.
like that.
80% counted, but most of them are the early voters. Most are those early voters, which we know traditionally are Democrats. So a lot of the today voting, those have not been counted yet. So don't be surprised if once they start opening those ballot boxes that we see more of those numbers going towards the president, even though you already gave North Carolina to the president.
Yeah, I already gave that to the president. Yeah. So it's not it's not a need.
It's not a need for Vice President Biden.
For Biden.
Again,
Wisconsin.
He's at 285 with Minnesota, so he's back at 2. So he still would, even if he doesn't win this one, and he get North Carolina, either one menu item with Ohio and Pennsylvania in the bag, he still gets it at 271.
And Biden is leading in Wisconsin. I know you gave Wisconsin to Trump, but Biden is leading in Wisconsin as well.
Oh, Biden is leading in Wisconsin.
He's leading in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And I know Tripp was confident about the president taking Wisconsin, but we have now, just based on that last report, presidential nominee Joe Biden is leading in Wisconsin.
So in Wisconsin right here, how many percent of the votes are tallied already?
That I did not record. I'll do a better job next time and represent and we we want to point out that this is way early. A lot of those boxes haven't been opened yet, so this is super early. I'll take better note next time.
It's very early.
What percentage of the votes have already been counted?
Yeah. All right, guys. So the numbers are what it is right now. The road to 270 electoral votes, and it's nail biting. Do you think that he's outperforming Clinton 2016?
I think more people have showed up at the polls. I think, I do believe we came out of the last 4 years have been rough for many reasons, right? And now it's on the heels of a pandemic. So a lot of people have so much more to lose than they did in 2016. So I think he's doing a little bit better in some areas than Hillary Clinton did back in 2016. Because I think a lot of people a lot of Democrats confidently thought Hillary Clinton was going to walk away with the presidential win in 2016. And they never fully appreciated how much their vote mattered. If you remember, it was, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016 and went on to lose the Electoral College. So I think more people, and I do believe more people, are super aware of how close things can get and how much their vote matters.
Take a look at Ohio. I
think so. And I'm looking at Florida with 93% in. I think the president It looks like he's
we say
51.2 to 47.8 with 93% reporting.
we safely say
Yeah,
that.
Florida is gone.
Florida was for him.
But we just saw Ohio there,
Yeah.
and is at 56.9 to 56.5. So the numbers are, you see, 49.
49.5 to 49.2. So that's holding up to be a true battleground state, Ohio is.
Wow.
Look at North Carolina for presidential candidate Biden.
North Carolina.
It was tight. It was 50 to about 48, 49. That was pretty close too.
Wow.
And Georgia, the president is running away with Georgia, which kind of makes sense because when you go outside of Atlanta, I think, like the Atlanta suburban area is where will get, votes more for the Democrats. But once you go into the outlying areas of Atlanta, they're definitely going to go Republican.
Okay.
Guys, and listen, I've been talking about that since the night. Listen, George, what we are not taking into consideration is the evangelicals, the white evangelicals. They are the ones in the suburbs. They are considered nationalists. They want to keep everything to themselves. They don't want this. They're not concerned about immigration, about any of those things. And they are like cult-like, and those are the things that we have to look at, and that's what's playing out tonight.
Yeah. Guys, I think we're gonna take this up to 10 o'clock, which is in the next 15 minutes, and then we'll continue posting. But we'll take this program up to another 15 minutes, giving you our insight on what's happening here, and if possible later on, I'll come back on live. I know Dr. Z and Funday might be sleeping. I'll come back on and give you guys some of the last part of the poll. But as you said, it's a nail biting experience. This election, this one, that's it. This one took the cake. Over 100 million people voted in early voting.
Early election.
It broke all kind of records. The polls was lines all over the place, and it broke a lot of records. And we expected something that's going to keep us up late, keep the media up late reporting. But there's still a long time to go. I think we have probably another 2-3 hours to go. But
I think the soonest we'll see anything start coming out cautiously might be about 11, I presume.
Yeah.
11 p.m. we'll see some serious numbers, some really numbers that matter. Coming out. Like I expect they'll call Florida at about 10:30, 11 o'clock ish. And I said they'll call it, and reluctantly so, because we don't know what's going to happen with Florida yet.
Right. Yeah. And they're looking at the state we were just looking at there. Minnesota and
Michigan. Wayne County, that's Detroit. Macomb, that's Detroit. Wow, I'm surprised they went red. Look at Macomb County. That's 68% for the president. That's a little bit outside of Detroit.
9
and 30% going for President Biden. And again, that's another Rust state. I'm surprised how they voted when it was President Obama that bailed out the car industry. But again, those are your union states. Those are states that have, the president has done a lot of campaigning in Michigan.
Let's get some audio coming in from CNN one more time.
This is one here, 56 to 41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
A lot of promises.
That's a huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic based, 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Chalian. Give us some context on these two states, what we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
Still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 657,000 votes to Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look here. only 11% of the vote that's in Michigan is early vote right now. We know that Joe Biden voters are the ones that tended to vote early. We expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted before Election Day by mail, early voting. That could benefit Biden since he's doing better in the early vote in Michigan. He could overtake Donald Trump. Look at Virginia. John was just talking about some of those Democratic areas that are out in Virginia. Here's the current state of play. Donald Trump has a healthy lead there in Virginia with 45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it is early vote. And we know Joe Biden's doing better with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help Joe Biden overtake Donald Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early vote in some of the really heavy Democratic counties of Fairfax and Alexandria. All
right, thanks very much. We've got two more projections right now. All right, take a look at this. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. He's the winner in South Carolina, will win its 9 electoral votes. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama. Will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes, 270, of course, needed to win the presidency. We're getting deeper into the—
All right, so on the projection that was just made, I want to go to my map.
Yeah, let's go back to your map. You see how quickly things are changing, though, Junior.
Changing pretty fast.
That's why it's so hard to call.
All right, so let's go back to the map.
The early voting.
South Carolina and
Alabama.
We both had that in column for the president. So the 9 electoral vote, we already had it there. That didn't change. And South Carolina went for the president. That did not change. We also have Georgia going for the president. And if it stands as how our map is set up right now, take a picture of this map, guys, because this is a map that we think is going to end the night. This is quite a potential that's going to end the night, right? So take a quick picture of this map. Probably we were psychic or something like that. Because it's
early.
Hold on.
I would make Michigan. Oh, you put Michigan red. Okay, good. So I'm taking my picture.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm taking my picture. Hold on.
Take a snap. As you
don't, hold on. Don't move it yet.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my camera here.
Let me see if there's any state that I want to move.
Don't move anything yet.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead. Take a snap.
Okay. Hold on. I'm getting there. All right. Okay, I got it.
I don't think I see any states that I want to move yet. So let me look closer on my map.
I like how Felicia Joseph said Stoops. Dion Rapid said Trump might win. Felicia said Stoops.
Yeah, this is what happened when you're on live TV. All right, I'm back.
Oh, I wondered where you went. We were over here having our own conversation.
Yeah, that's
Junior.
fine. That's
Sorry.
fine.
I was trying to see if there were any states that I wanted to move.
Okay, so let's look. Let's go back to the map. Let's go back to the map.
So Michigan, Wisconsin. Wisconsin was kind of early. Wisconsin was a little bit early. I know presidential nominee Biden is leading in Wisconsin.
Yes.
I don't know if I was ready to commit to it being a blue state yet, but.
What about New Hampshire? New Hampshire went to Biden, right? Yeah, New Hampshire went to Biden.
Didn't call. Did they call it? I don't think they called it yet.
They didn't call it as yet?
We'll ask the audience. Audience, did they call New Hampshire?
Let us know if
they called New Hampshire.
No.
New Hampshire about the ground.
No. They called New Jersey, Delaware, District of Columbia, Vermont, Connecticut, and New York. That's what they call for Biden. For Trump, they call Indiana, Arkansas, South Dakota, South Carolina, North Dakota, Florida. Well, they didn't call Florida, and Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So they didn't call New Hampshire. So we leave that battleground for now. So this is
I'm not even sure if that. Well, you never know. It might make a difference. I don't think they have that many electoral votes in New Hampshire. Probably just a few, a handful. So they said, Natoya said, no, they did not call New Hampshire. Thank you, Natoya.
No, they didn't call New Hampshire yet.
We have North Carolina going for Biden, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Now, I'm pretty scared about Ohio at this point going for Biden.
So I'll leave it, yeah.
So I'll leave it at battleground. So we are 262. What do Biden need to do right now to change this game?
He needs to win Ohio.
He needs to win Ohio. What if he loses Ohio? Say let's give Ohio to Trump. If Trump gets Ohio, he wins.
Woohoo, boy.
Which means
but because we also give him,
because we gave him Michigan. We also gave the which in Michigan, President Trump is leading in Michigan.
Yeah.
So, right. So if the president takes Michigan and Ohio,
and he's leading in Georgia.
And he's leading in Georgia.
We have Georgia as well. Then he had 270.
Yeah. And Florida is still kind of tight. I know we haven't called Florida yet, so Florida is still tight.
I give it to the president.
You're giving it to the president. So
Florida is his.
Also give him Texas.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if he able to block off this area right here, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana. Well, he already got. Did they call Indiana and Kentucky? No, they didn't call this state.
No, I don't.
Most likely,
Indiana is already called.
Okay, Indiana.
Indiana is called. Indiana is called to Trump.
Kentucky's called already as well.
Trump has Indiana, Arkansas, South Dakota, South Carolina, North Dakota, and Alabama.
Okay, all right. So if Trump able to take Ohio, which is very important, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. He could get Ohio and
Florida,
and
Texas.
Florida. We already gave him Florida and Texas.
Florida and Texas.
Yeah,
that's already a given. Then that's a possible path right there. That's a possible path right there. We're gonna keep watching. And
I know we didn't do a lot of talking about Arizona. The Democrats haven't won in Arizona in a long time. But I know we didn't spend any time talking about Arizona. So, I mean,
did they win in Arizona?
No, the Democrats have not won Arizona in a very long time.
Right. No, we gave that to the red column. Trump.
Yeah.
So Arizona is on the 6th. I think Trump won Arizona, didn't he?
In the last election, yes.
Okay, so we gave that
to him for this one, yeah.
And if this holds, if Ohio holds, Michigan holds, then he's reelected.
That's his 270.
That's his 270.
And as it stands, he's leading in Michigan. He's leading in Michigan. So
what about Ohio? How does Ohio?
Biden is leading in Ohio at last when we checked.
Yeah, somebody said that
Go ahead.
On Florida. We already put Florida.
We already gave him Florida.
Already gave him Florida.
Oh yeah.
Right. So yeah, we already gave him Florida.
Yeah, Jabez, we already gave the president Florida earlier. Last count.
And we already gave him Indiana and Arkansas. We gave him that already.
Yeah. Okay. So, guys.
So you see, the president does have a path to 270.
He has a path. It's still narrow, but he does have a path. Ohio is very tight.
So Ohio is crucial, as always.
Yeah, and in order for Biden to block his path, Biden needs to take Ohio.
He needs to take Ohio.
Or at minimum, or you gave Biden, or at minimum Michigan.
Or at minimum Michigan. Then the president have to go searching. Well, right. If Biden takes Michigan or Ohio, he could win. Given everything else, stay as it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're gonna leave it. We're gonna
Nail
continue.
biting.
Nail biting.
Nail biting one. Guys, thank you so much. I know it's a lot of talking. It's a lot sitting here, and I hope the audience appreciate that length of time. From since 6 o'clock we was live. It's going.
Oh my Lord! And we didn't get no dinner.
No dinner. No dinner to us. You know.
One cup of tea. A cup of tea.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They should give us like the rest of the week off. Yeah, don't expect us coming back on for 2 days. Just give us the next couple days off, because this has been a
What
lot.
a night! I think, the big things we're going to look for are, those states that are being called. Ohio, when they get called, that's going to be exciting. Florida, when Florida gets called, that's also going to be exciting. I think, in another hour or so, in another hour. So Trump is leading in Michigan.
Right.
I think, who did we give? Why do we have Michigan blue?
Okay.
Junior, why do you have Michigan blue? I
put it back. I was
put
just
it back red.
I was just putting it back. And then, so if he takes Ohio and Michigan, he could get to his 270.
He could get to 270. Right. So then Biden would have
Ohio, Michigan, and North Carolina are in serious play tonight. And I'm coming off and I'm going down on my knees in prayer tonight. Man.
Let's see.
What a night.
Wow.
What a night.
Thank you, Genevieve Gita. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Genevieve.
They appreciate the coverage. It's been 4 hours.
And Wendy Aline.
Yeah, and everybody else.
Hazel
guys,
and John.
I'm going to try to come back on a little bit later and give you guys some insight. And I'm going to continue watching. We're going to continue posting on Ridealong Live and keeping everybody up to date as what's going on. Closing thoughts, closing words. Conde?
I want to see, sorry, that's my husband in the background. I want to see a peaceful transfer of power, whatever that looks like from either party. If the president wins, I want peace. If presidential candidate Biden wins, I want to see a peaceful transfer of power. I also want to commend this community, because I'm closest to my community, this community, for kind of sitting here and being actively participating with us all evening. I think that says a lot. It says we are affected. We are actively participating in the election process. And I want to commend them for actively doing so. Dr. Z, you were a hoot to be around with. I think it's the first time that we have shared live stage, even though you and I are always in the background. So it was a pleasure sitting with you, hearing your thoughts. Attorney Tripathi, he came off a little bit earlier. Again, too, it was also, if he's listening, it was awesome sharing the stage with him as well. Junior, you're always, like I said, everybody have a story to tell, and you're always providing us that platform to tell that story. I'm ready for this to be kind of over with. I think it's been months of anxiety and all of this, but I hope we come out of this with a leader who can put some of our fears to rest. And so we can kind of sleep a little bit more comfortably at night, whatever that is for any of us. So thank you everybody for watching us, and walk good.
Yeah. Dr. Z?
Well, I just want to say thank you, Junior, for looking at us as people that we can be with you and talk to the people and go through. Let me see how many hours we've been sitting here. Just about
4 hours.
About 4 hours. About 4 hours. I don't know if I can get off my chair when this is done, but it was a pleasure being part of this team, and I want to thank the people who stayed with us. People who stayed with us and commented and and gave us some insight as we went along and kept up with us. We want to thank also attorney, the attorney that was there, Tripp, who came on, and I know he made it interesting by being on the opposite side. But as Attorney Funde said, Junior, thank you also. It is important that whatever happens, that we realize that we have to unite, and hopefully we'll have someone in the White House who recognize that and who will, for the next 4 years, try to unite this divided nation. And so thank you guys for listening. Let's listen. And I'm biting my, no, I'm not biting my nails. I'm I am just going to be looking and praying that things work out in whatever way it works out, because in the final analysis, God knows who is going to be the next president of America.
Yes. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. And thank you guys for watching. You guys been with us for this lengthy 4-hour long ride along. Again, I'll try to come back in later and give you guys some insight, but keep monitoring our posts. I'm going to be posting on the Ride Along platform to update everyone on that. And thanks again for watching, guys. Catch you guys again tomorrow. Peace out. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
A message by the Grenada Distillers Limited.
You want a hand sanitizer to do 3 things: kill germs, be gentle, and to go where you go. You can get all of that in our hand sanitizer. Hard on germs, gentle on hands, affordable. Remember, hand sanitizers contain alcohol. Keep away from heat and flames and avoid contact with eyes. Available at retailers island-wide.
Hey, I got some good news for you. Looking for a passionate immigration lawyer with experience that spans over 2 decades? Someone trusted that served immigrant families just like yours? Well, look no more. Now you can benefit from her personal and professional experience. Diane Winter Funde. Schedule a consultation now and get assistance with your immigration journey. Specialize in adjustment of status, B1 business visa, B2 visitor's visa, consular processing, deportation defense, naturalization, and more. Give us a call today at 813-815-3529. That's 813-815-3529 or online at winterimmigration.com. Attorney Diane Winter Funde. Law done differently. Online at winterimmigration.com.